out this morning and the sun was gone. I turned on some music to start my day. I lost myself in a familiar song. I closed my eyes and I slipped away. It's more than a feeling, when I hear that song, it's more than a feeling. I begin dreaming, till I see that see my Mary and walking away. So many people have come and gone. Their faces fade as the years go by. Yet I still recall as I wandered on, as clear as the sun in the summer sky. It's more than a feeling, more than a feeling. I hear that song they used to play. I begin dreaming, till I see my Mary and walking away. When I'm tired of thinking, I turn on some music, forget the day, and dream of a girl I used to know. She closed her eyes and I slipped away. Slipped away.
Hey y'all, Cheryl, Ian, Pepper 101. Good to see you. 420. Hello. So I'm going to do something a little different tonight. Hey, Pat. Good to see you, sweetie. Just some things that have been crossing through my mind while I've been working around the house today. And so the first one, I'm going to start out with scripture. The Bible contains numerous verses emphasizing the importance of loving one another. A central passage is John 13:34-35, where Jesus commands his followers to love one another just as I have loved you. You also are to love one another. This love is not just a feeling, but a way of life demonstrated through actions and compassion. Some other scriptures are 1 John 4:7. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. And y'all know there's numerous passages. The love chapter, 1 Corinthians 13:4-7, goes on and on. So people take that in different ways, I think. From the beginning, I've said, I don't think it's by accident that we've been brought together through this means of doing it. The friends I have made have been so appreciated. That, oh my goodness, the times we have had. Exactly that. Amen. And I do believe that if you know God, you have a loving heart. I don't see how you can not have a loving heart if you truly know God. So, in watching people here, this is in this realm, in watching people and listening to people and seeing kind of where everybody's at. I mean, over 5 years, you can kind of tell that. I don't think I'm the only one that notices. I think that a lot of people are alone or have disabilities or have just been through a lot in life. A lot of us wonder how we're still here. Y'all know some of my story. It's a miracle. That's all. So a lot of times I hear, well, what if we lose this? What if, hey, be charming, good to see you. Anne, did I say hello? Good to see you, Anne. What if we lose this way of connecting? Do you have phone numbers? You know, I've seen a lot of friendships built through this. I've seen relationships built through this, but all kinds of relationships, not just staying together forever relationships. Let me stop that. So, y'all remember back in school, maybe, y'all do the pen pal thing? It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. You would just pen pal. It was just communicating with another person. They could have been across the world, but you were communicating with another person. I think that is what, I think that is the whole thing, is communicating with another person outside of your life that you can just talk to. You can listen to music together. You can watch a movie together. You can, oh my gosh, there's so many possibilities. As long as you have the internet, you can watch a movie together. But even over the phone, one of you can be playing music, and it's just it's a connection. And I think that a lot of people need that connection, even if you don't live close to each other. It'd be best if we live close to each other, because then if things get crazy, that friend is there. But friendships, man, I so appreciate all my friendships, personally, where I live and on here. I'll never take it for granted, because it can be lost. And yeah, absolutely, don't live in fear. And we talk about growing gardens, and that's kind of what it is. You're growing a garden of friendship. um, I guess what this was already on my heart to do this tonight, and then my daughter had me run her to the store, and we were talking, and um, so she's young, and she has a boyfriend. So I don't know when she might move out, you know? And even with her living here and helping me, we're still struggling. We, you know, she is petrified of spiders. So she's not going to do anything outside that needs to be done, because she's scared to death of spiders. If she would have seen the big one in my shower this morning, she would have flipped out. But anyway, so she knows that I've been talking about getting a roommate, because, um, mm, if she moves out, I lose my home. And but I have been thinking about selling my home. And so she's like, "Well, how much time do I have?" And I said, "It's going to take me a long time to get everything gone through. Y'all know how long it's been taking already." Um, it's emotional. I have to take breaks from it. I have to step away from it and go start doing something else. been canning, been doing a lot of other stuff that needs to be done. A lot needs to be done. That's grieving. Oh, that's good, Pat. I know it. And that's also going on, also, as y'all know. And it's hard. I don't share a lot about all that because I try to keep it positive, try to keep it. Hey, Wayne, Apple Dumpling, Cruising, good to see y'all. I just try to keep it out of my personal life. Like, I know sometimes my daughter will burst in here and start talking, and y'all have heard more than I wanted y'all to, probably. But oh well, that's life. It's real. Hey, Monty, good to see you. Mac, good to see you. I'm not venting really. Well, I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is that if y'all, if if there's somebody in chat that you seem to connect with, that you, hey Eric, that you seem to have something in common with, just start talking. And if you can build up a friendship, if you can exchange addresses, emails, if you can stay in contact with each other, I mean, that's that's um that's what I'm talking about. There's people that it's going to really bother me if I can't talk to them anymore. There's people in the past that it has deeply bothered me that I can't talk to anymore. And it's just, I don't know, people getting together. However you want to do it. I've heard some say dating sites. I don't know about that. Okay. So, out of curiosity, I'll confess, Mommy. Just to see how they did it, I did all the stupid questions, the everything too. And it didn't end well. I deleted it as soon as I finished answering the questions. I deleted it. It was like, this is just not me. Um, I don't know. Yes, crazy. Yes, let bygones be bygones. Way to go, kiss off. Yeah, I'm going to play bingo tomorrow night. There's people that y'all don't see that I still have contact with. Not just check on them once in a while to make sure they're okay. It's not an everyday thing. Um, I figured out a way to stay in the area. Definitely downsizing a whole lot if I do that way, and um, and then my daughter will be able to still go to town. That's been the whole thing. If we moved out to my mother's, it's so secluded, she would go crazy because there's no people. It's just family. Hey, Yorga, what life? Good to see y'all. And I hear a lot of people or see a lot of y'all saying you want to move. If that's possible, do it now. Um, Everyone's worried about July the 4th. I'm not. You know what? I'm going to go and have fun. I'm going to go to the parade. I'm going to go to the picnic. I'm going to go to the street dance. And I'm going to have fun. And if the world ends at that moment, well, I was having fun. We can't worry about stuff. We can't live in fear. We can't, we just can't do it. Oh, Pat, I know. I know it's not going to end. I'm not thinking it's going to. But some people do believe that. I just don't think so. We got too much to do, y'all. It can't end. We got life to live. You're a menace. And that's it, cruising carpenter. It's like climbing that mountain. It's not going to be a quick climb. It's one step at a time. Once you get to the top, you did it. And that can be anything in life. Set the goals, take care of yourself. Self-care is the most important. I did some pampering today and tried the foot soak that Virginia was talking about, and it felt so good. Just in the desert. Yeah, I feel for all of y'all that are dealing with so much heat right now that aren't used to it. Keeping y'all in prayer because I know even here it gets hot. You want to dance? Dance, spotlight. That's I put I put on Spotify when I'm cleaning, and if I'm standing up doing something, I'm not just standing still. It's good exercise. It's good for your balance. It's good. It's good for your soul. Showering jammies. There you go. Yeah, we haven't gotten that hot yet, thankfully. I think it was 91 again today. And I know Some are like 91 is not. It's hot, but it's not bake you like a turkey hot. Sophie hadn't even hit 40 yet. All right, I'm going to drop the link and see where this goes. um, I'm sure others would have some good ideas about, that's when I was talking about the pen pal thing. Um, I met some people from Sweden. They are amazing people. They call me their Texas mom. They're young. They're they're so cool. And we send pictures back and forth, presents. It's even the father of one of them. He says hello all the time, and they just we keep up with each other. And sometimes people like that keep up with you better than family does. But I have a pretty big family, so there's usually somebody always checking in. But that's the thing about being alone. That's what I wanted to say too. I don't want y'all to be alone. My friend, um, one of my friends, she is a lot, not a lot, but she's younger than me. She's in really good shape. She's a she's you can't hold her down. Well, couldn't. She fell in her doorway and broke her hip. And she laid there for hours before she got help. She couldn't get up. Um, and that's the thing, that it can happen to anybody anytime. I've been 10 years ago, I fell on something and broke a couple of ribs right under my arm. And the about a week ago, I did something stupid, and um, it pressed right there. I think it re-broke them. It, the, from the pain and the swelling, I would say it's possible. And so I've been wrapping it and just dealing with it. Just I just keep on going through the pain. Hey Kim, um, but that's, anything can happen. You don't want to be alone, even if they're um I could, because that's what I have, a spare bedroom and enough room for a tiny home. And I even thought about doing that, putting a tiny home for someone to live in out, and then renting out the spare room too, or them just living in the tiny, not, however it goes. And my daughter was like, "So what woman are you wanting to move in?" And I said, "I haven't really checked into it." And I said, "But wait, who said it was a woman?" And she's like, "What?" And I said, "Well, we kind of need a handyman around. Doesn't mean we're sharing a bedroom or anything." And she's like, so there's no telling what she's thinking about tonight. Rescue, good to see you. Um, oh, I didn't drop the link, did I? Yeah, I just wanted to talk about love, building friendships, trying to trying to stay in touch when it seems like it's not possible to stay in touch. There you go, Pat. And then I love to do crafts. I just don't have time to do crafts right now. This job search is not producing anything yet, but I keep on. Alteran gel. I never heard of that. Well, as long as I keep it wrapped, I ripped up a pillowcase to, because under your arm, that's kind of hard to for women to wrap right there. And um, so I ripped up a pillowcase and I tighten it and tie it in a knot. It kind of looks funny, but well, I don't care. Ain't nobody around here to see me, and if they are, they can just laugh. Thank you, Brew. I appreciate it and good to see you. Hey, Garrett. Yeah, I know trust is a big one. Um, I just feel like I can take care of when I need to, one way or the other. Oh my goodness.
Well, what's going on, Bonnie?
Hey, Carl. Here's the man all about love.
What's wrong with that?
Not a dang thing. I am happy for you.
Me too.
How are y'all doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying it right now. I'm sitting here in the truck. Just got finished with a few projects and just been working and working on the truck.
Still hot up there?
Oh yeah, well it's warm. It was like 100 degrees here a couple days. It's still warm right now. I barely got anything on. What's going on, Kim? Yorga, Wayne, what's up? Cheryl, good to see you. Rescues in the chat. Brew, what's going on? You got a good crowd. Garrett.
No. All the good people.
Yeah, it's been warm. I mean, I'm kind of digging it. I mean, because I get to work on stuff and not freeze. And working on metal when it's cold is no fun at all, Bonnie. It's way better when it's warm out.
Yeah, I agree.
Crew Carpenter, what's going on, Pat? Now I had this little. My accomplishment just now was I had this little 12-volt 110 miniature refrigerator, right, made by Frigidaires. You could plug it into your car or you could plug it into the house. And it worked good for about a year, and it died. And I just tore it apart and I eliminated the 110, pulled the transformer and all that out of there and made it directly to a DC volt, and it's working better than it ever has. So now I got my little, you know, refrigerator behind my driver's seat again. So I'm happy with that.
Cool.
Didn't have to buy a new. And I got the most kick-ass thing going here, Bonnie. And I know you don't want to talk about trucks, but I got to talk about this. I put this
Talk
auxiliary
away.
battery. I put an auxiliary battery system in the truck, and I just got the new battery that I needed because I had to save up for that puppy. It's one of them deep cycle ones that you can use for solar. And now I got my solar panel hooked up to my auxiliary battery. So I've got one battery I can drive the truck all around and turn that off. It'll stay fresh and ready. And then go to the other battery, which runs on the solar, and I can run everything. Me and Pamela have been running stuff all day and yesterday, trying to see how long it's going to hold the charge. And I'll be dang, we used it all day long, and it still started the truck on the auxiliary battery. So we could charge our stuff now like really easy. What's up, B Charmin?
Cool.
Sharon.
Okay.
Yeah, and all you had to do is start the truck and you charge the battery right there. It happens real fast that way, So every time I use the truck, I'm charging the battery.
I gotta show a comment to be able to go up. Isn't that weird? But that's the way it is. that that Voltaren, I have got to look into that. Have you ever heard of it?
I'm looking for the comment. Where you got it? I don't see the comment.
It's a pain relief. It's not addictive and does the job, and there's a couple of them swearing by it. They're both from Australia, I think. But I wonder if Amazon might have it. Oh, well, Yorga knows what it is. Okay.
I avoid any medication as much as I can. All right, I don't do pills. I don't like pills. I don't even like aspirin.
Well,
I
that's the way
smoke
I am. I don't take anything. I just try to do it, whatever works. And I have a heating pad, have this bandage thing wrapped around me. It's I
Prepper
try to do
101.
it every way I can. I have a pretty high tolerance to pain, I think.
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
even want to say that out loud. I wouldn't even want to say that out loud. That's like testing the universe or something.
no, I'm not testing the universe. Don't be pulling off my fingernails. I think that would hurt really, really bad.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's why they used to use it for torture,
Yeah,
bamboo shoots up the fingernails and all that.
yes.
What's going on, Prepper 101? Apple dumping. What's going on? No, I'm still on a mission, Bonnie. I mean, I'm still trying to get mobile here. It's just everything costs a lot, man. Every fucking thing costs more nowadays. All right, like
I
you go to
know.
buy shocks. I used to be able to get a whole set of shocks for a rig like this for like 75, $80, I think. We're
Yeah.
talking 250 now. We're talking $250 now for just not even putting them on. That's just getting the dang parts. And
Yeah.
that's the economy ones. That's not even the real fancy ones. You can spend all kinds of hundreds of dollars on shocks if you really want to get fancy. I don't give a dang what color they are as long as they work. Holy cow. I'm
Hey, Sharon. Happy
just
birthday,
gonna keep
Sharon.
just gonna keep pegging on. That's all I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And
Well,
finding deals where I can.
I think I need to get debt free. And so that's why I'm like, I want to put my house on the market now before, before.
When you were talking
So,
about going mobile yourself, you still thinking that way?
yes. And that's what I'm thinking is Class C, living in it. Um, and then if my daughter doesn't want to travel with me, then she can stay where I'm planning on parking it, um, and still go do what she wants to do. He won't lie.
find somebody else's pet project that they already dumped thousands of dollars in, and they're just frustrated with it, and all you have to do is spend a few $100 and you're good to go. You know, I've actually seen that. What's up, Tubla?
Really?
Sure.
Hey,
And
Tuba.
Garvey and Stingray. I just met a cool dude. I'm calling him Dan the Battery Man. He's right here in town. He's got a side gig where he's doing refurbished new batteries and stuff. And I got one yesterday that's like a $250 battery. I got it for $85 plus the core. And that's why I'm sitting here in the truck playing with all my 12-volt stuff, because now I got power. Anyways, he was a cool dude, you know, a family guy, and he saw the truck and he was like, "Oh, you're one of those preppers, aren't you?" I said, "What makes you think?" He said, "Well, I told the wife I wanted to get a truck so we could get ready for this stuff. You never know what's coming, you know." And the next thing you know, I spent like 15 minutes talking to the guy. You know, he was pretty cool. I got a battery guy now. You know.
Yeah, that's good. Well,
Yeah.
a long time ago, I heard it east of the Mississippi, and then, um, so oddly enough, a couple of people have been coming up and talk to me about stuff, and they're saying, "No, need to go west," and I'm like, I don't know about that. But they're all for living in the desert, and I'm not. I'm thinking beach, beaches.
Hey, fire in the hole there, 420. I'm sitting here smoking right now.
I'm thinking jump a boat and go.
Well, there's what? See, I just turned on where I could see the panels going on. Well, I didn't even know you snuck in here.
Yep,
Do that
it's not.
sometimes.
The sun is going down.
Pat wants to go north. Wants to go in different directions. Yep, that's pretty. I love sunsets. I posted a
See,
picture. Did you see the pictures I posted?
no, I did not. I've not really been on the internet much. I've
I
been
understand.
playing with stuff here, getting stuff done. Stuff I know Watt would appreciate.
Did you see that 83? Oh, SB3 got Vito? Yes, Rescue, I did. We were talking about that last night. Hooray is right. Did you see who was
Watt
against Lieutenant
is Watt
Governor?
muted.
No.
Bonnie? Oh, all right, all right.
Okay, I'll shut up and let Watt talk. Let's just talk
No,
to
go
Rescue.
ahead. Go ahead. No,
No,
I'm good.
I just,
I'm still in tuning. Still in tuning mode right now. You earthlings wouldn't understand.
Yep.
fireflies. I'm gonna have to turn the camera back on so y'all can see the fireflies. It was
So
out
they
thick. Let's see, turn it this way.
Carl, Texas, Abbott, he waited till the last minute too. There was a bill, SB3, I think it's SB3. Anyway, and it was to ban all THC products in Texas. Ban it
I
all.
heard it got vetoed or something though.
Yes, it did. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. I didn't know if you'd heard. Uh-oh, we lost Watt. What happened?
I don't know. I don't
He's
know.
time traveling.
Can you see the fireflies now, Bonnie?
Wait, I'm gonna make you full screen. I
Uh-oh.
love
All right.
Firefly. I never see them here. You got kicked. Do you need the link again? Copy.
It should be coming out pretty thick here in a minute. I can't see chat right now, but I'm thinking of you, chat, even though I can't see you.
Prepper 101 says he sees them.
Well, there goes the bats. See, I got bats and fireflies going on at the same time now.
That's so cool.
We've got a family of skunk here, 5 babies and a mom. There's got to be 5 or 6 baby groundhogs, 4 or 5 adults, at least 3 small rabbits and a couple big ones. This is a regular old zoo going on here.
There's Monty.
Going on, Monty?
I gotta start timing that a little bit better.
Okay, I'm gonna blow Carl back up again.
You're gonna do what? Watch out! She's got the Acme. She's got the Acme plunger. She's about ready to dynamite you out of here.
I'm gonna enlarge your picture again. You boys.
He made me lose my hit.
I swear, I have to watch everything I say around y'all.
You see that firefly all the way over there off that leg off the leg off the elevator, the grain elevator. See it?
Yep.
It's winking at you.
When I was a kid, we used to catch them and put them in a jar and light up the picnic tables with them.
Yes.
Poor bug.
I see them.
You see the bats? There's a bat right in front of me right now.
Be Charming said the bats eat the fireflies.
Oh, they'll eat, yep. Yep, you can stand underneath a street light when the bats are out and throw a rock or something straight up in the air, and the bat will sometimes follow it right to the ground and knock their ass out because they think it's a bug. And they figure if the bug ain't going to change direction, they ain't got to change direction. Sometimes they make a mistake.
Goodness. No, I can't imagine getting picked up in a white van with people that can't speak English to take me to the hospital.
La migra.
I wouldn't even get in. Oh no, they're taking you to the hospital. Well,
You know, if you think about it, Bonnie, Pamela got in the van. All right, I mean, I did have candy, but she got in the van. She's brave.
Yes, she did.
Bats are good. They eat a lot of mosquitoes. I heard they eat like 1,000 of mosquitoes in a night. They can. So I'm all down for that. We need more bats because that's the one creature I don't appreciate is a mosquito.
Yeah. Well,
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
I was looking up what eats chiggers. And chickens, ducks, turkeys, maybe not ducks, chickens, turkeys, lizards. I'm all going through the whole list of creatures that need to be in my yard now. And
Maybe
where I'm
we'll
going,
see some other.
I think I could have chickens. What?
Let's see if I see any eyeballs out there yet. Might see some other critters. See how cool that is, having a cop light right there above your window.
Yeah.
You drive down the road and spot deer while you're driving.
Are you hiding in a barn?
Well, right now I'm in the barn.
You don't
It
have a
did sound like
bulldog.
it was, and
You
you
don't
were
have,
right in that comment. It did sound like it was missing, but that's the hole in my exhaust pipe.
oh, I was wondering if it was one or the other.
Yeah, it does sound like that on that video, but it runs real good. But I got to fork out some bucks to get a Y pipe. You know, the one that goes from the manifold and back.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then this, yeah, that one's gonna caught. I got the muffler. I got the rear pipe. I got the whole new exhaust system except for that one Y pipe.
Hey,
I'd like
Rescue.
to.
Done.
I was,
Hey, Miss Bonnie.
hello. I was up in Kansas City. I was up in Kansas City yesterday, KMO, and these, they must have been lawn workers or something. They had a couple trailers with some, bags of leaves, this and that on it. And one of them had some mowers and a little bit of other stuff in there. Anyway, the lead vehicle, the Ford diesel dually, was pulling a trailer, and we're just driving right down through the middle of Kansas City, and all of a sudden I'm like, he's got a smog leak. He was putting out black coal from like in the middle underneath the cab straight back. It could have been like a James Bond movie.
Black coal.
Yeah.
Not rolling coal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, he's got a major leak.
Oh,
Or
okay.
he just had it shot out right under some of the. There are people around here that do that. They'll just do the dumps right before the rear axle.
Oh,
Having a wood stove in this
On
thing.
a diesel dually. They'll 6-inch pipe it all the way right before the axle and dump it. And then they
right.
set their programmer, so they reach up there and hit the programmer, and then they'll go, boom. Next thing you know, it just starts shooting out all their ass end.
Or
This is
their
cool.
stacks. You see them do that with the stacks rescue, where it blows that black shit up like an old steam locomotive or something.
Oh, that's rolling coal, man. That's a thing down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that wood stove in the back here, and I tell you, I've had all kinds of reactions. Hey, your truck's on fire. People coming. I'd have it parked out in the parking lot or something, and people, hey, what's that smoke coming out of your truck? Or I had people, are you running that truck on coal? Or it's like people don't really get having a wood stove piping smoke out of the back, especially when you're going down the road, man. You get some looks.
Right. I actually saw a trailer, a travel trailer, and it was some news. I don't even remember which brand it was or anything. I just happened to catch the little thumbnail, and I thought, well, damn, that's pretty cool, man. Some of those things people have been thinking outside the box. It had a curved metal roof, so that way wash off and fall off. You don't have pools of anything. And I noticed that it had a metal stack from a wooden stove inside. And I thought, damn, that's cool. Manufacturer, because you only see that kind of cool stuff when somebody like does it for themselves or something. So I thought it was kind of cool to actually companies. Too bad they charge so damn much for their shit.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So what'd you think about the veto thing? I kind of thought, Dan Patrick, did you see his interview afterwards? Dan Patrick.
No.
Oh yeah, he's all pissy and stuff, and he does that. See, I hate this hyperbolic talk, and for 4 years when Biden was in, everybody would just go Democrats, Democrats, Democrats. It's like, but no, really, it's everybody keeps doing this hyperbolic bullshit. And he's like, yeah, I don't know why my friend, Governor Abbott, vetoed it. He's clearly sending a message that he wants to legalize recreational marijuana in Texas. And so there's the headlines, folks. And I'm like, what? You just twisted that shit all out of whack.
Who said that?
Abbott. I mean, well, Dan Patrick, our lieutenant governor, said that about Abbott vetoing that bill, SB3.
He is so.
Because he was the advocate. He is the dude. Like, that was, if there is a point of the sword, that dude was the point of the sword.
Yes.
That was his mission.
His whole thing is it's the gateway to all the other drugs. It's just promoting all that. And so
you know what
I want to know is, did this stop the taking children away from their parents if they have THC in their blood?
Was that what was in the bill?
I don't know. That I need to look at it better, and then I need to email him if it's not, because to me that's a big one.
A big one that you should or shouldn't?
Should not.
Okay. I was just checking. This is 2025. No. You never know.
You do not take children away just because they.
Well, that's what got me about.
Or whatever.
Well, you know, and then see, this is the political bullshit version of all this rhetoric talk. And it's like he's sitting there and he's pitching this thing about, you know, oh, there's 8,000 shops and we can't regulate these. And they're in the hands of kids, and kids can just go in a store and get them. And I'm like, hold them up just a minute. So we have like 30,000 alcohol licenses in the state of Texas, and you seem to manage to regulate that shit real well. And so you don't seem to gripe about alcohol, and it's been around for so long. And it's like keeping it out of the hands of kids. Well, I'm sorry, but I know I'm 60 years old, and I can tell you stories when I was a kid and got to drink liquor. So that shit's been around for a couple of 100 years or better. So it's this whole, you know, holier than thou, like this is the problem. And I guess what's really got me, because I am so disconnected with the everyday stuff, that it's like this, everything seems to be like a 2-way conversation. It's like you're going to blame the item and not hold the person accountable, no matter what it is. Oh, look at this. It's that car's bad. That gun's bad. This is object. It's like, no, people using the shit is what's bad. And it's like that, you know. And I loved his example that we don't want to turn into California. Abbott's trying to turn Texas into California, legalizing recreational marijuana and shit. And I'm going, oh my God, dude, you're like so extreme.
And he's probably originally from California. Who knows? I don't know where those kind of people come from.
He's one of those people that's comfortable in their jobs. It's kind of like the Bernie Sanders bullshit. I happened to catch some of Joe Rogan's interview with him, and I'm like, Bernie Sanders, talking all this oligarchy shit. So I just did a quick little Grok search going, how long's he been in office? Oh, he's held a public office since 1981. It started out as a mayor, and then he went to the House, and then he went to the Senate. And then I'm like, oh, well, what's the average income of a mayor in the 80s in Vermont? Oh, it's like 30,000. Well, what's the average income of a House of Representatives? Oh, that's like, you know, what I think it was 174,000. And if you're the speaker, it's 195 or some shit like that. And I said, oh, well, what's that for a senator? Well, it's 174. And I said, gee, I wonder what is Bernie Sanders' net worth? Oh, it's $3 million. Gee, I wonder how did that happen?
Exactly.
I've known people that pulled in a lot of hours and they didn't seem to end up 40 years later as a millionaire, but yet you somehow managed on $170,000, ended up become a $3 million person. That's why his rhetoric's all about billionaires now. He doesn't say millionaires. Now he says billionaires. And it's just one thing after another. You know, the shit with Trump. Oh my God, he's going to get us into a war. Look, he lied. World War III. Well, that's funny. That's just not what happened. And first time, all I'm going to say, hey, call me ignorant, call me dumb. I don't give a shit. 60 years, I've never seen a U.S. president look at open media and proceed to call out Israel and another country and flat out tell them that they're stupid. And effing stupid, like wanted to emphasize that stupid part. They don't effing know what they're doing.
I appreciate you sharing that this morning, Rescue. I liked on that. I think I was the first one to like on it this morning when I saw that.
He was calling out.
That brought a big old smile to my face. I was like, yeah, see, this is just a flat out truth right here. And people just can't handle it. It's like, oh, no, it's like bullshit.
He was calling out CNN and MSNBC.
MSDNC. It's the MSDNC. Yeah, scumbags. Right. They're scumbags.
He goes, but unfortunately, I got to watch it. He goes, I don't need to, but I have to. He goes, because you guys, and he went on and on. I was like, oh, he's on a roll this morning.
Well, and I just, it's the simplicity. To me, this is like, for me, I'm not saying this is should be the picture for anybody, just for me. This is like the 2016 thing. It's kind of like I first started to listen to some of this political shit, and then you catch him on that stage, and he does not talk like any other politician. And it's like, wow, dude, that dude is saying what everybody sitting on their couch cracking a beer right now is saying. And I would chuckle. And then that's kind of what I see right now. It's the same kind of mentality. Because I got to tell you, dude, it's so simple. I really get the message from him. He just doesn't want people to die. He's tired of people dying. He even said that about Russia, Ukraine. People are dying. Just stop dying. And then it's like America's cool. And you look at the fact that he has his family here. He has a legacy, a heritage. Whether you like how he got it, built it, whatever, it don't make a shit. He's got it. So his only outcome is to make the country better. This is where his whole legacy is located. So I don't know. I totally
rescue for decades. They were saying, we don't need a politician. We need a businessman for a president. We need somebody who can fix this stuff. We don't need somebody like the regular. And here we've got one that's doing just that. He didn't start off as a politician. He was a businessman. That's what the experts said that we needed for decades. I've heard a lot of talk on that over the years.
Hell, Dad, I remember hearing my mom say that shit decades ago. We need two presidents. We need one for foreign shit, and we need a one for here, and needs to be a business guy, knows how to run stuff. It's like, sure, Mom, okay. But then now I totally get it now. We fast forward 40 years later, and you go, hey, I think I'm getting more. See what you're putting down now, and just look at everything that attacks him, directed, and yet. That's why sometimes it gets to be a hard pill to swallow, the anti-Trump. Oh no, it's all the same. It's like, dude, we might want to join in on this fight if we want to save the country. The first four, everybody kind of sat back and relished in the fat checks and the comfortable living. This time we might all want to start getting involved. That's just my 2 cents on the fact.
Now 420, that's where a lot of them leftists go with that shit. I don't fucking worship Trump. I don't think he's the one hero or none of that shit. I don't, but I sure as fuck think he's better than what we could have had.
What's up, Larry? Well, that's me. See, and when you mention that name, man, it will. And I'm not saying you, Dragon, but it triggers some people, and they do the whole bootlicker thing. They do the whole worshiping Trump, and it's like, man, I respect the dude. That dude, really, I think rather he makes all the right decisions. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that he, to me, has the best intention I've ever seen out of a damn politician.
All right, you see, you notice Tick. I think I can.
A little train the coup.
Okay.
Again, Mike.
Yeah, I know. So this last week,
do it again.
I ain't gonna tell you what I think that train just told me, but anyways, it's kind of like what Trump said today. Only, yeah. Is that train done? Can you see the caboose? Can you see the caboose? You don't even see cabooses anymore. Okay, so this last week,
there's a block away. I got 3 restored antique cabooses sitting at the train station for display.
Hell yeah!
So this last week, when you were seeing Trump talking about airstrikes, right, and this and that, and then all the other side, the other side was going, oh no, I don't know, but yet everybody was pulling up clips of Hillary, Bill Clinton, Obama, all saying the same thing that Trump has been saying this last week about airstrikes on Iran. About the nuclear stuff. And I'm like, oh, but what's this? We got this on video tape. It's evidence,
Dude, I gotta say that shit does shock me though, and I don't know, maybe Bonnie, because she's with me and I see what she remembers, but this whole you're enriched uranium and this is like all bullshit, and it's like, I don't know, man. Now, like, I remember for about the past 30 something years that it's ever since that dude's got in, we started off with plane hijackings a lot of death to America started way back then, and it's always been a thing. Like, they've always been inching towards it. This is no just because of Trump shit. He's
Right.
just the first one that said, we're not willing to take the chance. You got to go. I love they twist Tulsi Gabbard's thing about that they weren't up, and they were. They just won't play you the whole clip. It's kind of like the whole Charlottesville kind of bullshit again. It's like they clipped and picked this little segment to say, see, your own intelligence person says that they're not. And it's like, that's not what it says. And actually, if you look at the damn agency that was overseeing, I think they even said that 83% is what it was possible. And so it's like, what do you do? Wait for it to go boom? And then go, yeah, see? And it's like, that ain't a I told you so moment.
I was just right before I got into Bonnie's chat. I was watching a couple videos, and it was about the history of how right after World War II, how things came about from Iran and our government's placement in the 3-letter agency and everything else that helped with Russia, Syria, all that other Middle Eastern stuff, and involved Iran and the Shah, the revolution. If
Huckleberry.
you get what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're complicit in that from a long time ago. Well,
it does fit into the war machine perfect.
Yeah, the government is what I was meaning, not we, us.
Yeah.
General Clark.
Huckleberry.
I think I shared that link last night.
I'm your Huckleberry here now, and Jerry is saying bong on all.
By the way, Huck was worried about you the other day, kind of did a stream. Everybody was kind of wondering where you didn't show up, so we were kind of wondering. I figured everything was okay. Something told me in my prayers everything was good, so. And here you are.
Wait, Huckleberry did it.
Who are you talking about, Rescue?
Huckleberry.
Who is AWOL? Amir's been AWOL?
Yeah. The other day, whenever I went live, everybody was kind of going, where is Huckleberry? And I said, actually, I don't know. It's weird not seeing him.
He was chasing a taco truck down the street.
She finally whacked him hard enough with that skillet, and he had to sit down for a minute.
Man, he's got to fight all those girls off. There was something he said yesterday, and I have been laughing about it. Oh, I remember what he said in chat. Oh, never mind. So the only thing that I'm thinking is I hear all of y'all and you're excited and I understand that, but so we have another 3 years, and so it's like you were saying, 2 presidents, one for foreign and one here, but why do we need one here? It's like
it was the size, in reference to the size being how big. We're 8 billion people on the earth. So many other countries, 170 plus countries, have one that does foreign and then one that deals domestic.
Yeah, and wait a minute. What do you mean by excited, Bonnie? Who's excited? I ain't excited about none of that.
Hell, I'm excited. You ain't never played like a hard game or had some kind of hard event or been doing something just really hard, and during the middle of it, you're like totally exhausted and you think, oh my God, this totally sucked. This is the worst ever. And then you just kind of find this little weird thing when you embrace the suck and you take a deep breath and you kind of get through the end and you go, that wasn't so bad. It's not that it's all over. It's just that that particular part's over. And so you kind of have that sigh of relief. That's kind of where I'm at.
I understand. But the thing is with you don't think that there's too much government?
Oh yeah, big time.
And
Yes,
I think states ought to be accountable for themselves, and the citizens and residents of that state ought to be accountable for that state, and it shouldn't be other states' responsibility to pick up the tab.
That's the way it's supposed to be. And that's why I don't think DC should be making the decisions of what we can and cannot do. I don't even think our governor should be making decisions of what we can and cannot do as a people. In a lot of ways.
I don't want no one telling me what I can or can't do.
Right.
Well, and I forget the fancy way to put it, but it's basically this is where the participation in your elected officials, it trickles down. It's just kind of hard to see it because it's been so bombarded with the feds, all the attention's on federal, everything gets so clumped together. But if you just look, that's why I just kind of laugh and go, there must be something to voting. Otherwise, every area would be the same. And there's a reason why it's not, because the people in those areas, and right here in Texas, you know that, Bonnie, hell, I'm sorry, look at the difference between Houston and where I'm at is total contact, because the people in those counties in that district, they're different. They see it different. And so they vote different. That's why Houston, Harris County, 2 hours down the road south of me, is about as Democrat. That's Sheila Jackson stomping grounds. That's the crazy.
Yes.
2 hours up the road, it's a complete opposite change. And all of a sudden it's like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, because it's just different people here. We vote because we're smaller. We get that benefit. And you don't get lost in the numbers. I think that's the big thing, is you don't get lost in the rat race. I think in cities and stuff, you just kind of get lost in the rat race.
Yes. I think so too.
Isn't Sheila Jackson the one that couldn't never give the description of a woman or didn't know what a woman was?
She's one of them, yeah.
I just cannot believe how much Dallas has changed. Dallas
Dude, look, that's Jasmine Crockett.
Cowboy.
I know, right? The stockyards, and it's like, wait, what did y'all do, man? Did that Brokeback Mountain really kind of go too hard on y'all, or what?
Didn't it start right around the time JR got shot?
No.
Austin was kind of Austin was kind of a blue area back before, like Willie Nelson and all them when they started their outlaw movement.
But see, it was different though, man. Barton Springs and Hippie Hollow and shit. It was a different vibe. That was like, that was your hippies that were like, hey man, we're just chilling. We don't want to shit. They don't get involved in politics. They don't even get involved in nothing. And they're not grungy. So everybody's kind of got personal hygiene. It's not that we just want to live like slobs. It was literally just, it was a hippie kind of thing. And it was just like chill, cool thing, mellow. And then you had the jocks and you had the nerds, and that it was just that crazy little time. But it was awesome, man. It was the best.
Because I grew up in San Antonio, and it was so different going to Austin from San Antonio. It was like two different worlds completely. Because Austin
shooting the loopy. And look at the shooting the loopy out of San Marcos, what it was back then compared to what it's like now. And it's like, oh my God, what the hell happened?
Yep. Well, in San Marcos, College Town.
College Town.
Yeah. They have what is that, UT? No, not UT. Mommy, Texas Tech.
Yeah.
The Aggies?
No.
That's A&M. So we have University of Texas, we have Texas A&M, and then we have Texas Tech.
Yes.
Oh, there's three of them. Okay.
Yes.
Well, there's more.
Well,
We got 10 up there by Dallas, and I mean, but
Yeah,
in
that's the
this
main ones.
area, yeah, yeah, that whole 35 corridor, and that's good. But when did you notice during COVID that whole 35 corridor, those blue circles just kept growing all up and down it.
Yep.
well, I know about the 35 corridor because it runs through Kansas too. Because
Yeah,
Yeah,
when I
Jericho,
was
Texas Christian.
when I was working on the road crew out here, I was working on well, in my group it was the road sealing crew, the joint sealing crew, and I was me and one other guy was the only white guys amongst the Mexies, and couple of the Mexies got in trouble, and the next thing I know, my lead man's like, "Hey, I'll be back tomorrow." He goes, "I got to run the cousins home." I'm like, "Run them home?" He goes, "Yeah, 35
Y'all
Juarez."
ever heard of the Interstate 69 project? It starts right in Michigan, right as soon as you get over the bridge from Canada, and it's called I-69, and it was started many years ago, and it's supposed to go from Michigan, curve around, go through Indiana, and go straight down to Texas. And it was supposed to be a real fast way to get there. They've actually got pieces of it done in other states, but it's not complete all the way down.
Oh yeah, we've
hmm.
got it coming out of Houston. That's it. They're changing basically 59, Highway 59 into Interstate 69, and once again, this is where progress really is gonna see like this. This is gonna devastate so many people, and it's not like
Yes,
some big plan. It's just that it's overlooked. It gets written off as kind of like the casualty things because yeah, we got little towns all the way up through 59 that me. A matter of fact,
yeah,
my son works for the highway department here now, and so we were even talking about that because it's like, dude, it's just it's easy to look at that and go, well, we're just going to route this and we'll take it this way, and then that way the main traffic won't be going through town. It's like, oh well, that sounds really cool, except you just killed the town. Because if you have an
Well, check
interstate,
this
nobody
out,
wants to
Rusty.
stop there. That's what killed the little town down here is when they did Highway 59 used to go through the town, and they're like, oh man, look at all this traffic now. We've grown so big. Houston's growing and we're getting so much traffic. And then all of a sudden they make this bypass part in. And what it did is it totally killed the downtown, just became a bunch of empty buildings.
Right.
It's taken almost 30 years to rebuild just little shithole shops to come back. I mean, and I'm not just, I don't mean that. Probably shouldn't have said it
Well,
that way.
Rusty, when I was younger, all right, they started this project a long time ago. All right,
Oh
I
yeah, it
69
started
was,
down here. It started down here
and
long decades ago. It
it
just
was
finally reached up here.
simultaneous. Right. It was simultaneously started at several places, but where I'm at in this area, it came out of Flint from Indiana's border through Michigan, right? And then it just stopped. And for over 2 decades, they had a completed highway with no exits that just sat there for over 20 years, a 40-mile stretch of finished multi-lane expressway with no exits. All right. And since it sat for so long, it filled up with water in places, and there was weeds and trees growing through the cracks. And dude, it was great because we could take our cars out on that and just floor it. All right. You would find out how fast your car was because you had 40 miles before you could get, to Lake St. Clair, or the St. Clair River, where cross over into Canada. It went all the way to that town, Port Huron, from just outside of Flint. So and they kept blocking the way to get onto this highway, but it was kick ass rescue. It was like an apocalyptic thing because it was, like I said, things growing up through the highway, but it had been untouched for over 20 years. And dude, I've been well over 150 mile an hour on that thing more than once, just hauling ass for miles and miles. That was just big fun.
Yeah.
well, I think that um, they're talking about doing a crossover over the town by me, and I'm kind of all for it. And but I do see where it would stop the tourism, but I don't think it really would, because they would have to exit off of there to get to all the 200 vineyards. So there's still going to be, if they're going west, there's still going to be um, going through the town. I don't
Well,
think it would
it all
hurt it.
depends on what they open before and after that town. See, that's what did it here, because coming down in Cleveland, as you came out of Cleveland, Love's put a truck stop. Well, then you already had a truck stop up in Dieball and then one in Lufkin. So between those three jumps, they can pretty much come out of Houston with a load, and they go all the way up without ever stopping. Well, people taking road trips the same way. And so all of a sudden that, hey, look, there's the gator farm. I don't know, y'all want to take a couple hours and go visit the gator farm? You know, it's not worth it no more. And if you watch, your fast food places do it. They only do it at the intersections. They'll build the intersections on the interstate, because interstates, people get on an interstate to haul A to point B. You know, you get on 45 over there because you want to get to Austin, or you want to actually, if you wanted to go to Dallas from here, you're going to shoot over 190 to Huntsville, and you're going to get on 45 and go north. Why? Because then you can be in Dallas in like 3 hours if you want to.
Yes. But the problem with that too, even what Carl was talking about, then you've got, when they're routing it this way and that, eminent domain.
Oh,
so who else is that going to affect?
Well, see, and that's your mix of the state and the federal government, because it's like, why it taken so long? That's because they get their federal money hands down to the state. Well, you figure you've got the bog down in the federal level, because like we've just seen in the last 9 years, we've watched this go up and this go down and this go up now and this go down. And so they play with it. Well, then it comes down to your state. And guess what? Your state does the same kind of shit inside their little House and Senate. So it gets juggled all around. Like here in Texas, the problem in Texas is that like our highway guys and all that, there's no separate, how do I say this? So there's no separate funding for the Texas Highway Department. It's under state as a whole. So it's like, if they want to do something for the highway department, it goes across the whole state. So that's why they've never get raises or anything. Because
I'll tell you another one, rescue in the 80s. I was backpacking from North Carolina up into West Virginia through the Blue Ridge Highway. And there's a highway called 77, and paralleling that up into the mountain tops, all right where they put the highway through. Back in the 1950s, they forced all the people out of their houses. They forced them to relinquish their land, whether they took payments or not. But I saw a couple dozen houses up on the top of the mountains with the furniture, curtains, pictures on the wall. Everything was still in these fucking houses. They weren't even vandalized or nothing, but they're completely cut off. There's no roads to them. They're near the expressway, or the highway, but you can't get to them. And when I walked up on them, I actually spent the night in one of them. But when you walked up on them, it was like they were cut off, because when that highway, they forced them out in the 50s. Those houses have been sitting from the 50s to the 80s, uninhabited and owned by the government in some form, because they made them leave.
Oh yeah. Well, it actually happened. That's what happened right down at the end of our farm market road. It used to our farm market road used to go directly into 59. And then you just kind of waited at a 4-way stop on a highway, and you would get on it, and then you would go. And there was actually, what sparked some of it was we lost one of the firefighters right there one night. There was a call down here, and on the way back, the fog was bad, and he didn't catch the stop sign in time. And as he crossed that intersection, an 18-wheeler basically took him out. And so that kind of prompted them. And what they did is they come, but see, that wasn't how do so that wasn't like a political decision. That was more like a remembrance kind of thing. Like, this is a dangerous intersection. We need to route this up, make a crossover 59. So it kind of got, but I know the guy, they bought his business. They paid him pretty good for it, actually, because he had a business right off that damn road, right as it got to 59. Well, because you got to remember the state too. Well, at least in Texas doesn't, like a county road, a farm market road, then there's a 10-foot easement on each side of the asphalt. That's the right of way easements. If they go to an interstate, it now becomes way more, because you not only have the actual whatever it's going to be, 4 lane, 6 lane, but then you have feeder roads, and then you have easement on that, and it changes the dynamics.
Tell me what you think about this, Rescue. What about what about a foreign government having control of infrastructure here in the United States? For instance, this train you guys always hear, that's the Canadian Railroad. And they have Canadian Railroad cops that are all up and down these tracks that you get in big trouble getting near this track. They patrol it, they own it, they have what made me think of it was the easeway. They have the right to like 50 feet in both directions off of these railroad tracks, which gives them like domain over people's private property. All right. And it's really a weird situation. I don't understand how that even is happening, but it is happening.
It's with everything, even the river. We got LCRA. LCRA thinks they own all the rivers, and they go in. That river adjusts. It doesn't stay flowing the same. So anytime that river goes near whatever they claim, how far is it from a river? It's a pretty good amount too. So all these people who think they have these nice riverfront properties, LCRA is like, it's ours. This part, it's ours.
Yeah, like what you just said.
So so that railroad tracks though, Carl, so is it just their train, or is it their tracks, their line itself?
It's everything. They maintain it. They've got crews, Canadian cops, Canadian, it's Canadian radio. When I was young, it was called the Grand Trunk. It was owned in America,
Well, I will say that's the thing that we became such big customers that we built the corporations because we were the customers. And that's, to me, I think is the big, if you had to have an aha moment, is when the majority of people realize that they're customers. We throw around the term sheep and all that good stuff, but in all honesty, we're customers. And the more you're a customer, it's like Walmart. Walmart only has the power because people go to it. And so things like that, it's power of the people. But then that's why there's always going to be dissent. There's always going to be division. So to ever think that there's not going to be division is just wishful thinking, because that's how you can keep things under wraps, even if it's not some big grand conspiracy. If you're just doing some crooked shit, the Utah guy, I don't know if y'all heard, I'm sure y'all did, about the Utah meat packing place that got raided and they arrested like 100 plus. Yeah, well, within 48 hours of that happening, that dude had over 100 applications of Americans that would have taken those jobs. So see, there's there's stuff you don't hear about because you're going to make it a point that you're not going to hear that. I mean, I'm sorry, they've been sitting here preaching how they're doing jobs Americans won't do. And it's like, well, then you don't want the media to talk about that one. Hey, Lele.
I was watching a video.
What's going on? And Blue Butterfly, what's going on? I see you in there too, Red Pill. Anybody else I missed? I didn't mean to.
I was watching a video today about the Hickman farm. Hickman, where they just had to get rid of all those chickens, millions. And like they were showing it, they had to sterilize everything inside the whole complex, and it's huge.
Yeah. But see,
What
when you
was
look
it?
at like some of these actions that happen and you think about, okay, if people in that area are really focused, it's like for us, if Ken Paxton wasn't such a good AG, which I personally wish he wouldn't go up against Cornyn, not that I like Cornyn, he needs to go for sure, but I really don't
Yeah.
want to hand over Paxton as AG because they've
No.
been pretty handy. So,
Yes, he's a good
you
one.
know, and so, but see, it's like that. So I think the more people gather their collectiveness in their areas, that way you start to focus on candidates that, okay, where do you stand with property tax? Where do you stand with eminent domain? Where do you stand? And come up with your list of things that are like, this is the shit that's the most important to me. And then you're not ever going to find anybody that's 100% on all, but you start picking out your top ones, and then it's start asking around, start finding people that'll maybe fill that spot.
Yeah.
And that's what it's really going to take. I just hope we can survive long enough for that to happen.
Right now, they've got the city writing letters, asking all the citizens to write letters to TxDOT and the state because 281, there's been so many deaths. I mean, like once a week, we have choppers landing and fatalities. And so
All righty,
my
Cruising.
suggestion to the city was to lower the speed limits and put the box that shows your speed limit. Because what they're doing is they're hauling butt on 281. They for some reason, speed limit signs don't mean nothing to a lot of people.
Not
And
anywhere.
also,
Matter of fact, it just means go faster.
yeah, and
It
also
depends if there's a cop around.
that they're not paying attention enough to go at that speed that they're going. They look down at their phones. It just takes a second. And so when you've got a double yellow line between your oncoming traffic, what is that? A foot maybe? I've seen people get their side mirrors knocked off.
Well, but
Yeah.
I would now. I'm gonna be the devil's advocate. As much as I hate to use that phrase, that does feel kind of sick. I don't like saying that no more for some reason. It just feels icky. But
Excuse me.
so you got to be careful though, because see, and I'm just going to point out the other side of this. So it sounds like there's a group of people that are unhappy with how fast people are going on the roads, and so they're saying, "Hey, this needs to stop." And just keep in mind that this is how things like cameras take into effect, red light cameras, traffic cameras. It's how, because see, people get riled up and they don't want to say, wow, you know what? We need to do something to address the person. It's the problem. And then they're going to come up with some easy way to fix that problem that's beneficial to them. And so you raise a big enough cane and all of a sudden you end up with traffic cameras, and they make money because then they'll cite everybody. And people will go, oh, yeah, see, it's nice now. We can pull out. It's like, yeah, but what did you just give up to get that?
Right.
Ain't that some shit, too? I go down to Pennsylvania. I pay the tolls on the way. On the way back, the toll closed. All right. And I just, I knew it was coming. But you wait a month and you get a bill in the mail with a picture of your license plate proving that you were there so they can charge you.
Yeah, they do that on the toll roads.
But,
Yep.
but was you smiling for the camera though, Camo? That's the key point.
I automatically flip off every camera I see, Monty.
Yeah.
It's like loaded and ready.
To your home.
Well, because
They're
look at
like,
the tollway fees that they passed on people. They tell people that, hey, we're going to build a toll road through here. It's going to make traffic so much faster and easier. You'll be able to get from point A to point B so much quicker. And we're going to just do tolls until we can get the road paid for. And then we're 50 years down the road. And it's like, man, you sure that road ain't paid for by now? I mean, and it's kind of like, oh, yeah, because it's kind of like a government agency. Once you create it, they never shut down.
No.
you know,
So it's
Michigan
there's like
Department.
when you get the paperwork in the mail saying you owe them and they can prove it, it's like a threat. You know, you pay this shit or you're gonna fucking work. You're gonna regret not paying it. That's what it's like. That's what it's all official and shit. I find it. I find it fucked up. That's what I find.
I'll be right back, y'all. Excuse me a moment.
You know, anytime that there's a camera, there's a picture of camo taken at an intersection or something like that, Michigan Department of Transportation is like, oh, there's that guy in that camouflage military truck.
There he is. We got him now.
I'm
Flying
about to
bird.
disguise. It's about to go all white. I'm gonna paint it white. I think.
You're gonna put a red cross on it.
You're gonna paint your truck white?
Just the green parts. You know how it's straight, tan, and green? I'm gonna paint all the green white and leave the tan.
So white and tan?
Because of the fucking sun. We're talking, at least for this season, I think it's gonna be some lighter color. Because this thing, man, you know what it's like to be in a green box in the sun?
I think you ought to paint it a fluorescent color.
You would. Yeah, you would. I would expect that from you, Money.
Hey, you could do it safety orange, and it could even be reflective.
Well, that would stand out like a, you know what, at a punch bowl.
It already fucking stands out. That's the part I didn't count on. I was telling Pamela that because we can't go nowhere without me having to talk to somebody about this damn truck, and I did not expect that. All right, it most.
Well, they
of the
want to
time
know
it's
where you're
pretty
being
cool.
deployed. We're on the verge of World War III. Where are you going? Where are they sending you to? Are they sending you to Iran? Are you going to war, Carl?
No,
You're in the
it's
military.
more of the most popular question I get right now is that a camper?
Oh, there you go, Miss Cheryl. Zebra paint. Do you
Well,
zebra
it's kind
stripes
of
down that thing? Hey, then it'd be like the safari thing out of Africa.
No, it'd be like Ted Nugent's Bronco that he drove
Well,
right
yeah.
up onto the scene here in Cobo Arita and got on the top of it and shot flaming arrows into targets on the stage in front of everyone. It's great.
See, that gives
Yeah.
you, there's your video, an intro
Who was
video.
that? Wildlife Kingdom or Wild Kingdom? Carl Perkins or something like that? And Jim? There goes Jim.
Man,
He might be
That's what I
putting
was
his life
thinking.
in
Either
danger.
zebra print or bulldog red.
Oh,
Chuck,
good
it's
God.
like you don't know me. Oh, man, what the fuck? Purple, man.
Not the Burple wagon.
There you go. Purple rain.
It's the one-eyed purple.
But what he's referring to is a color of a very fast Mopar from the 70s that came in plum. Crazy was the color.
Crazy plum
Roadrunner
purple.
Yep.
Crazy plum purple. That's what my brother was going to paint as V8 S10. He still has that paint, in fact.
No, I tell you what, Chuck, it's coming together. I've been bolting things in here for weeks now. I've been able to work on this, having this pole barn like this. I've gotten shit done. All right. I've got so many less parts to carry around with me now because they're all bolted fucking on the truck where they're supposed to be. It's great.
Chessboard, if that's the video of him with that press conference as he's going to Marine One, I must say that I think I'll probably watch that. I came in and I saw it, and then I sat here and watched it probably about 10 more times because I just thought that whole matter of fact, I watched that little clip so many times, and then I thought, well, I wonder what the whole interview thing was like, only to find out that it only backs up about 4 more minutes, and they pretty much wore his patience out. And then you kind of understand the lean in and the F-bomb and the walk off, because you can kind of see him getting wound up because they just keep blah, 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 and it's like, and then walks off.
Well, it's kind of like a parent with two boys that's fighting, all the time squabbling, and you're trying to quell.
Sometimes you just got to let them fight.
Yeah, you're trying to quell it, but yet they're wanting to be idiots anyways for like they have been the last 2,000 years. So
I just like it that we finally had one that called it out. Didn't do that. He just called them both out. And it's like, that's it. Ain't no puppet stuff here. Ain't no spokesperson.
And he used the F word, man. He's irritated.
Hey, man, sometimes I say, if you just throw it around all the time, then yeah, it just sounds kind of whatever. But sometimes you making a point and you drop that at the right time, it kind of is like, it's like the exclamation point on times 10 kind of thing. I mean, there's
a few things like that, Rescue. There's two words I try not to use, man, unless I need them, and that's a promise, and it's just there's certain things you just if you say sorry all the time, it don't mean much,
not if you don't change.
Right, so there's certain things if you say it all the time, it don't mean shit.
Yeah, I posted it too, Chessboard. As soon as I saw that, I was like, because I saw it over on X at first, and then I was like, oh, that was just too classic. I got to share that one. And it's like, that's to the point.
Yeah, I've seen them too, Chuck. I met this guy back in the 80s down south in North Carolina. This dude had two Super Bs. And back in, in the 80s, they weren't quite as worth as much yet. They're still pretty rare. But he had one that was mint condition, right? And then he had this one that he beat the shit out of, racing it up and down the mountain all the time. I mean, it had dings and nicks, and he fucking drove that thing. That's why he had it. But guy had two of them. Whatever ever had, I don't even remember his name, but I remember his cars.
Oh, well, there's that one dude. Where is he at? Is he like in Maine or something? Or where's he at? He does those rebuilds of all the Mopar stuff. He is like the Graveyard Cars. I think that's the name of the show, Graveyard Cars. That's all he does is Mopar shit, and he restores them back. Man, that dude knows everything about a Mopar. If he looks at it, he can tell you the bolt, what VIN number that's attached to and shit. He's pretty wild.
I mean, I like them, all right, but to be honest, I just like old trucks. Anything like older than 1980, I like all of them, right? And I'm not really a car guy. I like trucks, all kinds of trucks. This is my favorite truck. If I was a millionaire, I'd just have a better one of these. That's all. This is the one I want.
Hell yeah. Just have get one of each manufacturer each year from, hell, I'd probably go back 40s all the way to the 80s. If I could just okay, you just won the lottery, you now have $500 million. It's like, oh, cool. I want to build one big warehouse, and then I want to start collecting these trucks.
Yeah, I only want one. If I was that rich, I'd have one of these, but it'd be like fucking mint. All right. If I was rich, I'd find one of these that was even better than this one. All right. But then I'd have a trailer because I wouldn't want nothing else, man. I'm to that point.
Did y'all see that armor motorcycle type thing that they've made now? It's a motorcycle, but it's got a frame around it to where it looks like one of those little funky cars that some of the old people drive around. And it's armored. It's bulletproof. It's like...
They have several versions of that. They even made one of this truck. It's called a Peacemaker.
$80,000.
How much?
Yeah, that's about right.
80,000.
Hell, actually, I would have figured it'd have been a whole lot more.
Depends, depends on how well maintained they are. The parts and working on those things cost a fortune right here. Sometimes you got to take things way apart to work on them.
That's a damn good price there, too, Blah. So a 96 F-250 diesel in great condition, not a lot of miles for only $5,000.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Son, down here in Texas, that'd have been $10,000 easy.
Yeah.
I won this truck on eBay 15, 16 years ago for $900. And I had to drive to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to get it, and kept this one just as a reserve because this is the third one of these I've had. And I drove the first one down. I mean, like 240,000 miles or something I put on it. I got it when it had 8,000 miles. This one I got when it was 39,000. I'm over 50,000 miles on it because I had it parked for years. This is the first time that I've actually got this one full time on the road like this. And the other one I used it just for parting out stuff. And a lot of the journey has been because I had the other truck, I drove it for a long time and I had it decked out. All those parts I had to transfer to this one, you know. So that's been a lot of the work is getting everything onto this one.
There you go. I like the Fords, and that 96, I actually kept my old crew truck, and they were kind of like, what? And everybody was getting new ones, and my old one was a 2000 F-250. And I love that old truck, man. It was a standard. They used to laugh. I didn't get stuck. I went in place and they go see it, and I go, nope, I ain't stuck. Get out. I love that old work truck. Did many a shit with it.
That's the last one I sold. I really didn't want to sell it. It was a Chevy.
That was my personal truck. It was an 05. 1500. I actually miss having a vehicle. I'm working on that though. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I got to get some kind of vehicle because by next year I want to be trying to find some kind of work. I want to be doing something. Need to be productive.
Mobility, man. That's the whole thing. I want to be able to go anywhere I want, you know, and not have to worry about breaking down or leaving something behind. I'm getting close to that. I've saved up enough money to where I'm about ready to put new leaf springs all the way around because I found I had a weakness after I had everything in this truck. It's a 5/4 ton. You got half-ton pickups, 3/4 tons. You got 1-ton pickups. Well, the militaries are called 5/4 tons. Right? They're a little beefier. Well, this thing, the springs didn't hold up because I put a lot of stuff in here. So now I've got custom U-bolts made for the rear leaf springs, and I've got a guy that's willing to help me out here. I don't know what it's going to cost me yet, but I got to restack a bunch of leaves. I got one broken leaf on each side and assess that situation, get the new leaf springs in, and I can put all my gear and all my tentage and shit back on the roof without any issues. That's my main goal right now. But I need new shocks too. There's a few things like that going on.
Blue cash truck. Yeah, that's on the way. I actually, I was talking about earlier today. I thought about trying to start looking at what I could sell. Ain't much left. The first 2 years of all this shit really sucked all my good stuff out to pay bills. So that's why now it's just got the scrunions. But I thought about trying to sell some shit because I just want a clunker. I just want to, as long as it'll run, and a truck or a van.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, I'm in a bunch of groups. I've been in these groups for decades. Some of them, all right, and I see all the time on the internet vehicles for sale all over the place. And there is a lot of trucks like this in Missouri and Texas and Alabama. I see these things for $1,000 if you get there in time. All right. But somebody's going to buy it if you do not jump on it. All right. But I do see those deals. It happens.
Oh, yeah. And then usually every time I see those, I see the best deals when I have zero money. And if I have money, then I never can find the deal. I don't know why, but that's just the cards I've been dealt.
No, I know those cards. I know those cards well, man.
I do have a car I need to get sold. My Saturn Outlet. It needs a motor, but I've been doing the same thing, getting stuff together to sell, but to shrink and need some money.
I tell you, I didn't expect it because I've usually, just maybe 15 years ago, I would have had semi trucks worth of shit. I mean, I had multiple trailers, multiple trucks. I had 25 flipping industrial sewing machines. There was times in my life where I've had so much shit. But now you guys know I'm down to a truckload. All right. And I'll tell you, there's something liberating about downsizing to where you simplify your life. I mean, I've got
I
all my
understand.
documents in one metal case. I just know where everything is, and there's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know, man. There's something about it that feels pretty good that I didn't expect.
All right.
Yeah.
Say, Wayne, is that Chevy in your backyard? Is it just sitting there? You gonna sell it? Does it run?
Got no gas in it.
I don't see the comment, but I see the 454. I had a 454 four-barrel in 1975 Silverado. It was the fastest flipping truck I'd ever fucking. That thing was too fast. It did no pickup truck should be able to do 160 mile an hour. That's just nutty.
Oh, it's on waiting. Cool. Yeah, because I don't have a catch. Otherwise, I'd offer to compete, but it was just going to be food for thought.
Yeah.
I've seen some rigs that you can make levers operate pedals and stuff. Rescue. Would you be able to operate pedals and shit on a truck like that, or would you have to have it modified?
Oh, yeah, I could shift. I mean, I believe it or not, I'll float shift a gas combustion engine too. So I floated shifted my 05 Chevy. I'll float shift. It ain't got to be just a big truck.
It seems like the ones I remember seeing set up were the VWs, were always the ones I remember seeing the special levers and stuff on them.
Oh, well, you can do it to almost any of them now. They've got these universal things you can clamp on. They go down. You can access your things and put your pedals up on your steering wheel. But
I used
I
to
seen.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I used to before I got into electrical years ago. There was a time I detailed cars, boats, whatever. But make a long story short, this guy pulled up one day when they first brought the Chargers out. When they first whatever year that was, he
The
pulled up
new
and
one?
man, he had it all everything that you could get on one. He had, and he pulled up and I seen he had like some gears right there. And I didn't know his situation, but he opened the door and I seen it. Of course, he was paralyzed from the waist down. And I asked him, did he need any help? He said, no, he got it. And he had this little thing that you clip on, like where your door closes. He clipped that on there. And he had one of those, I don't know what you call it, but it's one of those real lightweight wheelchairs that, I mean, you could just grab with one hand. He grabbed the thing with one hand, clicked it all together and got out. But yeah, that's how he did the gas and the brake right there on the right hand side. Right there, it was a lever that he could press for the gas and one that he could press for the brake, and that's how it was. They had it modified and ran down to the ones on the bottom.
that's how the manufacturers even came up with the whole paddle shift on the new cars that they got. It's because disabled people
Yeah.
figuring
That's
out how to
that's
do it, and they were like, "Hey, that works pretty good. We could put that on the thing." And look, yeah, people like that.
I said, "You ever
that's what
get
I.
that thing up?" And shoot, as soon as I got done, he pulled out the parking lot. Man, he just let it rip. I said, "Oh yeah, that was pretty cool."
Yeah, it's the same thing I was going to say. What I've seen a couple race cars done like that, quarter mile. They was
Yeah,
and you wouldn't think this guy. I mean, you wouldn't think this guy was going to be a quarter mile racer, but he was. He same situation. I mean, I looked at the setup. I'm like, well, that's slicker than snot.
probably one of the best ones out there that day. We got a drag
Is
strip
I like
not
that
too
the
the
far from here, about I don't know, about 25 minutes. It's over across the river in Jackson, South Carolina. They usually have some pretty good races over there.
That's fun stuff. I'm gonna call it, guys. I gotta work in the morning. It was fun visiting with you, and I might listen to you a little while longer, but I'm gonna jump down. I appreciate you having me up here, Bonnie. And
Oh,
Thank you.
I love y'all, whether you like it or not. And I'll see y'all somewhere soon.
Good
Later,
hearing
Later,
from
Bonnie.
Cam.
you,
I
buddy.
love you.
Take care.
Wolverines.
Wolverine!
Night, buddy. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. I think I might do the same, Miss Bonnie, because round 4 comes early.
I understand you early risers. I don't know how y'all do it.
Well, that's, the early bird gets the worm. That's what they say.
Second mouse gets the cheese.
Could be like me last night and fall asleep backstage.
Right. I've already done that, Bonnie. Actually, I did it on live, so it wasn't even backstage.
Yeah, I did it
Yeah.
live. Dude.
I did it too. Thanksgiving.
Oh, there you go. Well, yeah,
Take
thanks,
care, Rick.
Bonnie, for having me. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Good to
What,
see you.
Bonnie? Everybody in chat. Hey, remember when you wake up tomorrow, from the moment you're blessed with another day, you get the decision to make it a good day or not. Appreciate y'all. Take care.
There you go.
Later, Rescue. Good seeing you.
Have a good one, buddy.
He gone too.
Do what?
I said he gone too.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to.
No, I said he gone too.
Yep. Hey, Rabbit.
I figured as many times as we mentioned Trump tonight that someone else would be showing up.
Yeah.
No, I can hear you, right?
Not you.
Oh,
Cola, right? She's still up with the sun.
man, it's 11 o'clock and it still feels like it's in the 90s. I love it.
Goodness. It's, I don't know, it's not that hot here.
About
81.
2 or 3 hours ago, it was around 7 o'clock, and I checked temperature. It was 93 with a feel like of 100 degrees still. I'm
Nice.
like, good golly.
It's 81 here right now. I don't understand this. South Texas, we're cooler than
Uh,
almost y'all.
there was a friend who I was talking to. Well, he's in my Discord, and he's in Massachusetts, and they was hotter than Kansas today.
Yeah, that's what Canada was saying yesterday. 102, over 102, because they're trying to figure out the Celsius versus Fahrenheit. And Gigi said it was over 102.
And even without no rain, our humidity's still been high. It's still about 80% humidity.
Rabbit, I must know the male version of that. Hot, yeah, breeze. So, what now?
What's the question?
I don't know.
What's
Y'all hear anything?
Well, just something randomly. I was just thinking about it. It came across my mind. I convinced one of my coworkers to start a garden, so he's going to do it. But he started. I convinced him, and then I guess he thought about it for a couple of days, and he came back to me and told me all these things he was fixing to do. And I said, well, everything that he wants to. He's wanting to do everything now, and I told him you can't really do it now. You have to do certain things in stages. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially with the heat and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
I
like for
kind of get,
here, it's too late to really try to get any like certain like peppers or other things going because they take a little bit longer. You can, but it's different from region to region. But I'm gonna give him some of my tomato suckers that I got going. They're developed far enough along that he can get them in the ground and he'll still be able to get some tomatoes out of them this year.
yeah, that'll be good. I need to trim some of mine off, maybe. Well, I don't know. I can't tell what the suckers are.
Well, it's like all right. I mean, I guess it's easy. I can see the different type of leaves, but when you have like a stem that comes up, um, and then you have a branch on that stem, that goes off
Yes.
to the side, and then right there in that little V from your main stem to your side stem, there'll be this little shoot that comes up. It'll come up right out of that little joint, um,
Uh,
and it's just once you'll see it, you'll notice it. But yeah, it's just a little starter shoot that comes up right there in that little joint from your main stem to your side shoots.
what
Um,
the?
and once your tomato plants get to a certain development, uh, sometimes I'll just let the suckers kind of go. Once they've developed or produce over time. Like when they're first starting out, you want to kind of keep them under control because that's taking nutrients and energy away from the main plant. It's still in its developmental
Right.
stage. It's wasting extra energy. So it's best to trim them off. But there is like that middle stage where, depending on what area you are in, you can kind of let your suckers kind of linger on there a little bit, cut them off. And you could just as easily throw them in the compost bin, or you could put them in some water, and in a couple of weeks, you'll see root development or growth, and then you can
Yeah.
just pot them up from there.
Oh, Jerry, cool. I only got a couple aromas, but the cherry tomatoes, I just got 8 more today. They're just going nuts.
Oh yeah, if you they're like cucumbers. You give them something that they can attach or something like that too. They'll do real well. Shoot, my cherry tomatoes, they're taller than me now.
Yeah.
They done went up the enclosure that I built for them, and I got them. Some of them lapped over the top, kind of.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. There's one branch that's and it's getting tangled up in my flag, so I'm gonna have to tie it to the post. I intended to do that today, but I forgot about that one. Yep. They
I've
just
done
keep
showed
getting
it before, but I'll show it again. Just as kind of like a reference.
Hey, Black Watch.
See, that's what I'm talking about. When you cut the suckers off, I don't know if
Mhm.
you see the roots in there.
Yep.
That's what happened. That's about, I don't know, 2 weeks in. You could have just
Let's see.
easily thrown that away, but I mean, all that is just a copy of the main plant.
Did you have just a little bit of water at the bottom? You don't have it.
No, I didn't have a lot. Um, just to kind of regulate it and kind of focus like the roots. But uh, the longer you keep it in there, you'll see roots starting to sprout from above that water line, and that's how they naturally do. Roots will start forming in that kind of like humidity, and they'll try to search out water. So they'll sprout higher than the water line and grow down to the water.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, chessboard's gonna make me hungry. Hmm. Yeah, when I made the potato salad, I kept the root end, and I have it in a little bit of water in there, and it's already got roots coming out. So I need to get it planted. I got a potato that I kept
Here's
to,
the last little bit of my experimental onions I had. These
yeah.
were, I think these were Walla Walla onions. They ain't come out too bad.
Walla Walla Bing Bangs.
Yeah,
Cool.
Man, I'm hungry for some fried zucchini now.
Red pill, you take care of yourself. Have a good night.
yeah, I love good zucchini.
Yep.
You could fry it up like that and make like a zucchini pasta. Oh man, that's some good stuff.
Mm.
You don't even really
Oh,
like need a sauce or anything. You could just whatever you add when you cook fry the zucchini. You know, maybe a little salt, pepper, or a little Italian blend, some garlic, butter, whatever.
I don't think I ever fried zucchini, eggplant, and squash.
How do you eat? How do you eat your zucchini?
Just um, just
Like bake it?
cook it, boil it, or
I got you.
roast it. Yeah, you can
Gotcha.
roast it in the oven with spices on it, or I like it boiled, just like the
Yeah,
squash. Just
like
put
squash.
the
Yeah,
zucchini squash together, and it's so good. Little
Take a
butter.
take a
Mm.
slice of that, dip it in egg, and then flour, and throw it in a cast iron skillet.
Hey, Lady
Mm,
Swan.
mm-hmm.
good. Good.
Slice it up real thin and make like a zucchini au gratin.
Oh yeah.
I used to love that canned zucchini. I don't know what they did to it.
Canned
Seems like it,
zucchini?
yes, it had like,
I've never seen it.
really has
I don't
like
think I've
a
ever seen canned zucchini.
tomatoey sauce with it, and is good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen canned zucchini.
my mama used to buy it all the time when we were kids. Canned zucchini. I guess they still have it. I don't know.
Like in like in your standard like metal cans that you see stuff in.
Yes,
A lot of that
it's
stuff like that, or even like poke salad. They used to sell brands used to sell that in a can and stuff, and they don't anymore. But it still grows wild.
oh really?
Yeah,
It
it's probably one of those
was
things.
just with the asparagus and the Mexican corn. I love Mexican corn.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Zucchini bread.
I
Yep.
Zucchini
love
bread. Yeah.
I love peaches and cream corn. Oh my gosh.
CB Charming said, "Yep, it's tomatoes and zucchini."
I'm
I
gonna
thought
have to
he
look
said,
for it. Maybe that's just something I never noticed.
"Yeah,
I don't see these things. We'll find
it's
it.
pretty good." 420. I made mine today. My daughter was in the store and she took a picture and she said, "Do you want one of these?" And it was a huge sirloin, thick. Oh my goodness! It's like it's really thick, and it was $20. And I said, "Yep, I'll take it." So she got it for me and she said, "Are you sure $20?" Well, it was so big, I cut it in half, put half in the freezer, and cooked half of it. I got steak for a little while.
Yeah. Especially if you can eat on it more than once. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Even the half. I only ate half of it. That's what she said.
Yeah, I had me one yesterday. It was pretty good.
What you do to who?
The Charmer said, check Del Monte. I was like, what did I do to Del?
Uh-oh. It's a mutiny.
Who's Dale?
Del Monte.
Oh, ding ding.
Kind of like Chiquita. Chiquita Bananas, Del Monte. Del Monterey. Montague.
11, 11, 11.
It's 10-11 here.
Maybe one day you too can be a time traveler.
Well, maybe you too could be in the greatest time zone of all in the United States.
I am.
Maybe that's why Georgia and Alabama are always butting heads, because Alabama is a portion of Alabama is still in Central Standard Time.
Yeah, they can't figure it out, man. You know, I try to give them my input the best I can. I love them, though. Oh, we lost Bonnie. We lost her in the time traveler realm.
Uh-oh.
I just
Okay.
love
Ooh, that was a close one.
this.
No. Leaving me and Watt up here by ourselves.
Hey, Lauren.
It
So,
could
did
go
I miss
any
anything? I
it
came
could
back
go
and y'all were totally silent.
it could go any direction.
No, I didn't
Huckleberry.
drink vanilla wafers. I'm staying out of those. Once a day, I eat a few. That's it. Get rid of this pooch that I'm going on this date in 1876. Alabama gave birth to George. Whatever.
That's it. I officially unfriend you.
Yep.
Let's see.
Holy Smoky Mountains. We got all top.
Black Watch, you can't even talk Southern in chat. Bless your little heart.
I got you, Wayne. So, did y'all hear anything I was talking about at the beginning?
I missed a little bit of it.
Good.
Let's-
Mm.
Somewhat.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. It was 8:14, and I was like, I better go. I was like, I better check to see if Bonnie's live, and you was, and so I clicked on it.
Or 20. Del Monte zucchini. Yeah, it was probably Del Monte that made it. Apple dumpling. I can dream it. Well, because, and you know what? That's another thing I was thinking, I'm going to continue on that anyway. So I was talking about friendships and connecting with people, making sure that you have a way to talk to people, making sure that you're not alone. And it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to get married. Okay, that didn't sound good either. It just, you can have a roommate, you can have somebody on the property. So if you ever do fall or anything, it could be anything. Who was it? Who was it that I saw? Farmer's son prepping. Oh my goodness. He fell outside and cut his leg open, I think, really bad. And he's in the middle of nowhere. And somehow, some way, he kept from going into shock and got into his house to use the phone to call for help. Not everybody can do that because I'm sure he was crawling, doing the arm thing, something. There's my girl. And so that's what I'm thinking, that people need to have someone. If you don't have someone that checks on you every day, someone that knows you're missing, knows you're. I have a friend also that she laid in her bed for 3 days. I can't remember what happened to her before. They kept texting her and calling her, but nobody ever went out to check on her. And they finally went out to check on her and had to go to the hospital. She was in really bad shape. And it's just checking on people is important. But I see so many people single of all ages. And so is it because, I don't know. I don't know what it can be because. Everyone just seems to want to be single. And y'all mute. Thank you, Virginia.
Girl, I'm giggling. I'm like throat laughing. You're you're almost it's
I
almost
guess
like
this is a bad subject.
well,
What are we going to
it
talk
kind of
about?
reminds me of
I'm
the
sorry, I was getting some tea. I'm sorry.
You're
yeah, we're
fine.
getting tea all right. It was what's the eHarmony? Yeah, the eHarmony convo we were having. It kind of was reminding me of that. Almost like, oh man, Bonnie's pissed. She didn't get any matches. Shit.
Bonnie said I'm out.
Man, we pissed Bonnie off. Damn. Man, what did I miss? I just went to get tea.
Damn.
Oh, man.
Have you checked the prices of divorce lately? See,
Mm-hmm.
so you automatically think you get married, you're going to get divorced. Then you're, what do you call it? Manifesting it into reality. If you
Mm-hmm.
think positive, it's going to create positivity, right? Right?
Well, I think one of your points was to check on
Yes,
people,
chessboard.
right?
Yes. And
Exactly,
yes.
chessboard, and like check on people. There's a lot of folks sometimes though you don't see for a week or so. I mean, I don't know what the parameter is because you got to respect people's boundaries. Sometimes people just want to be left alone for a week. But check on people if you know there's any chance they might need it. Right, lady?
Manifest in a vertical. Okay, there's there might have been a time a while ago that I would have been happy with one night. I just killed the internet.
No, I mean,
I
say what
mean,
you said. I had background noise. I honestly didn't hear you.
Oh, okay, never mind. I didn't say
No,
anything.
the
well,
last. Oh, wait a second. What did she
I
say?
heard the thing. I was just trying to figure out how to respond to the thing.
Dang it! I literally missed it. Black Watch. What did
Money.
you say?
Our draw.
Oh, very.
A
Black Watch trying
plane.
to talk
I don't
Southern
know.
again.
I mean,
You're
it
trying
happens to the
Southern.
best of us, you know. Some have, some haven't.
No, Rabbit. It was a plane. I'm not far from a base, and sometimes they are pretty. Sometimes they can shake my house, and I don't know if y'all can ever hear it, but it puts me out, the background noise. Like I miss everything for a second. So I truly missed what Bonnie said.
Might play a game many times and never land on that square, you know.
Are you
Because
Just
talking about?
dance all around it.
we
Oh,
never know how long we have. And so, if you have the chance, even if you're the only one that's in love and they aren't, but whatever it was, if you have the chance for one night, wouldn't you take it? I would.
what do you mean by chance?
Sounds like Eminem. Get one chance.
The chance to spend one, 2 days, one night with the person that you love
Hmm.
totally.
Hmm.
You
So,
would.
where are you going, Bonnie? Who are you going to go visit?
You mean like in a romantic aspect, or like, you know?
Right.
In every way, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Like a
Hmm.
Um,
lady in a tramp when they're eating spaghetti, man.
Right. Right.
and I
Hmm.
know a lot of people are going to say, oh my gosh, that's a sin. Well,
I mean, sinning is. I'm not here to judge that. That none of us are supposed to do that on each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's between you and your faith. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying, I would have taken
Hmm.
the chance.
Who am I to judge? I can't even get a connection on eHarmony.
Right. Hmm.
Anybody remember the spaghetti dinner and Lady and the Tramp?
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
What I just said.
Yeah.
Were you having a spaghetti moment? Ah, sorry, boy. Ah, sorry. Ah, so sorry. Wait a minute, I got to get my southern drawl hat on.
Yeah.
When the moon in the sky hits you in the pizza pie, that's
It's
amore.
amore.
See, Wayne knows. Wayne's got it. Thank you, Wayne.
Yes.
That Cosmos Moon. Cosmos Moon.
Black Watch,
What?
please do not try to imitate Southern talk. You
This,
just
this is
don't.
this is Italian Southern. Italiano Southern.
Okay, you can try that because I don't know many Italians, but not Southern.
Bella Luna, Bella Luna.
I
Like
probably
a
will
mental
go.
EMP.
Well, you know, Bonnie, I think you're saying, you know, take a chance sometimes, and would you? And realistically, probably, especially if it was a reciprocated thing or something, as far as you
Yeah,
know, meeting somebody and taking a chance. Yeah, and we've seen it work in many relationships in the YouTube streets we're all in. Um,
Yeah.
but even if it's someone local to you or you meet somebody or whatever, maybe so,
Oh no,
yeah. Take the chance. Why not?
I don't want any of the locals. That's my daughter keeps trying to get me to go to the bar with her, and I
Hmm.
said I don't want to meet somebody in the bar. And
Hmm.
anyway, I probably know them all, and no, I mean we have this golden rule. I don't know if any of y'all have it, but best friends, you don't date anybody that they have dated. And so,
yeah.
best
I
friends,
know about it. Yeah.
yes. And so I have a best friend that she dated a lot of people. And so it really shrinks down the and but that's I can't that's not me. I'm just I'm I'm shutting up.
Huh.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm wondering if you've got your eye on somebody, to be honest.
No, no, not at all.
Okay.
That's no.
Okay.
I had
Uncle Bear.
I don't know if I had a chance. I thought I had a chance and it's gone. And so not anymore ever again. That was the one and only.
Dude,
It's
this
always
just
that
got
one that
so
got
weird.
away.
So you're saying, in answer to your own question, that no, never again?
No, never again.
Whoa, plot twist.
Damn.
You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
I
that's
was
the
just
plot,
about to open up too.
right? You was starting biscuit batter.
Yeah. Dang. Man.
Yeah. Huh.
What?
I don't know. I guess it just depends on what people went through. Everybody, does things differently or did things a different way. It could
Right.
be that one that got away. Who knows?
I don't know.
Maybe it was meant to get away. Who knows? Or like the saying, what's the saying? If it's meant to be, let it go and it'll come back or
Yeah.
something like that. I don't know.
Correct.
Right. And but even without all that, okay, as you get older, your body changes and men are visual and so um in getting older, I don't know. I just I don't
I
I
think we're
think
all visual. It's just maybe uh, some could be less uh, visual on the first sense. They're not leading in with that as the first, sense that, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even we want to have someone we can communicate with, talk to, that kind of knows about maybe
and
some of the things we know about. But I think we also everybody wants to have a physical attraction, to something, whatever that may be, whatever your type is.
but that
Everybody's
was
got a thing.
thank you, Watt. That was the point too. Is I mean, okay, I wouldn't mind talking to someone on the phone, like, you know, a friendship, like just just being able to talk to someone it uh, well, y'all kind of know what I've been going through. And So there's times when you're going through something and you just want to talk to somebody of the opposite sex for whatever reason. It's not like because you want something to come of it. It's just you want that I just that friendship that
Yeah,
that you want an intelligent conversation if possible. But it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It's just being there when somebody is hurting or just needing to spill their guts or whatever. And so it's kind of what we're doing here, but it's not the same. It's,
yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But so that's why I was like saying that too. It, you
'Cause
know,
that's the more personal. I mean, we all talk about personal things or things we feel or opinions, but at the same time, there's a certain guard up on anyone. No matter who would come on a live or on a panel. You keep some things for the back rooms or like personal conversations.
True.
yes,
Yep.
I
that's
mean,
true.
and hell, we talk about anything, but as far as like that personal aspect, we all talk about what we talk about when we want to talk about it.
Hmm.
At
And
our own
it's
time.
sometimes it's hard for me to to remember. Oops, we're live because it, it all looks the same still, and so I have to really watch myself sometimes
Yeah,
because I get to talking and I don't shut up. And I don't know if y'all notice it. It there's times when I'm just like,
I like to talk, but a
like
lot of times I think I like to listen more.
Hmm.
yes, and that I do too because that's how you learn how people are. That it's people watching.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, I've always did that.
Me too.
Mom say, don't be staring at people. I mean, hey, it's paying off. In a day's timeline, it paid off. I'm a master people watcher now.
That's why you got to have some nice shades so no one sees where your eyes
I
are.
always keep a nice pair of shades. There you go. I'm
You
on it.
know?
Cola, I think you can outtalk all of
Yes, she can. Bless her
us.
heart.
And we love you for
Yes.
it.
Yeah. She'll hit that vortex and just, it's like a greased up sled. Boom! On fire,
Hmm.
going. But we love
Yep.
you for sure.
Jamaican bobsled status.
Yeah, it's a bobsled, yeah. What was
Remember that
it?
movie?
Cool Running?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool
Cool
Running.
Runnings.
Yeah.
Uh, I like just being around people or a certain setting, and you just kind of sit back. You're not really on your phone or device, and you just kind of listen what other people's talking about. Not really being nosy, but
Right. And then chime in every so often.
oh,
Mhm.
I mentally chime in. I'm telling them, like, well, if
Mental.
they're telepathically able to receive, they're receiving it.
Kind of like sitting at a bonfire and someone's playing an acoustic guitar, and they actually know how to play it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's a good moment.
Yeah. That's why I like getting together with my family because um, all my family, not my kids, but the other family, they're, they're, they all play instruments. They have a band. They play for the church. They play everywhere.
It's all the calm words, COM. Like compassion, community. Well, uh, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I had a couple words in
Community.
my mind that I was fixing to say, but it just went blank. Compass.
That's,
Certain things like that that just kind of lead you in the right direction.
hmm
But there's also communism and comrade.
not
All right, we'll just
communism.
You
scratch this whole idea.
No,
you
Dang.
I,
That's
you
basic
complete me.
camaraderie.
Damn it.
I was thinking it communication, community, companionship.
That's what they taught on eHarmony. It was like, we can't let this communist in here. The family platform.
Right?
Oh, make MySpace great again.
No, communism goes with comply. Do not comply. Do not commune. No shades lie, the truth will not pass.
You'll notice, Bob, after your 38th birthday, the frequency of your brain blackouts increase in frequency and duration. It's just one of those phenomena.
Don't scare him. Good Lord.
So that happened a long time ago to you, huh, Blackwatch?
I'm still waiting.
I know you're over than 38.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
Some would say.
some would say.
I mean, maybe the walking into a room and not remembering what the heck you walked in there for. I think that happens at every age. But the where you're in mid sentence and it just goes, that's something new. And that's happening with every age also, because I've seen it happen to my granddaughter. She's 22. There's something about that. And I don't know what it is. Something we need to find out. Depression is out your forward.
Brain fog.
Do I sound depressed?
I mean, your granddaughters are having this. Walk into a room and go, why'd I come in here?
Yes, I've seen that for sure. But when you're in mid sentence and it just you can't even remember what the heck you were talking about. You're just like, where was I going with this? What did I just say? Remind me.
That happens to me a lot because I think of the most random thing and I'll try to make some type of connection with what was said, and I totally confuse myself.
Yeah. See, Lady Smith, she knows. Yeah, it's something. I don't know what it is.
That's why they wrote that "Don't Worry, Be Happy" song. Don't worry what you just forgot. Be happy you forgot it.
Oh,
Here's a little song I wrote. Note to
yeah.
note,
Well,
don't
it's
worry.
we're almost an open book.
Mm. So you think. Maybe it was a trilogy and you didn't even know it. You just thought it was one book.
Mm.
And it really messes your mind up because you didn't read the first one, you read the second one.
Right. Wait, how did I get to this point?
Exactly.
What caused a major brain fart? Oh man. You know, when they said I had it, I wasn't sick. Well, I don't know. But when
Huh.
I was sick, it was the June before anybody else said they were sick in November.
Yeah, I remember you
And
saying that.
so I keep wondering if I was like one of the first ones to ever get it. This
Right.
man,
Was this before they like put it all out in the media and declared the demic and all of that? Did
yes,
you get it before?
I think that was 2019, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It
or
was
20,
eight.
okay.
Oh, then no, it was 18.
18.
Oh, Bonnie. Dang.
Right? Because yes, yes.
Hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because my little granddaughter was born in 18, and she was like when she was a year old, I was babysitting her, and she would have to climb up on me for me to change her. It was, yeah, so it was 18.
Mm-hmm. Was it primarily respiratory symptoms in Minecraft?
Oh yeah, it was.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Everybody's screamed at it before.
Right, Emily? I don't know if y'all remember several months before it all exploded into a thing, they were putting out news stories of some respiratory situation in, like, allegedly was blamed on vapes at that time. And they were
Yeah,
showing a
there was
bunch
these
of
little
people.
pockets all over the place.
Yes, exactly. And then shortly after, everything, changed,
You
plot
remember?
twist, and that story got squished out. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
and I
Yeah,
don't know
stuff
what,
like there was a lot of like little signs and stuff like that. I mean, and a lot of times, even like now, we see stuff happening, but at the same time, it's hard to really see the bigger picture. Yeah, we see a
Mhm.
bunch of those little stories, and then boom, 2020 hit. We forget about all those little stories for a while, then we start looking back and stuff and remembering things, and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was COVID in 19 whenever they announced it, or
I
was it?
think it
Well,
was like February of 20.
yeah, I think it was the OWL organization announced it. I think it was like February, but I believe there was these little pockets of like intel that
Mm-hmm.
what I mean. People was pulling up like in November, December,
Yep. They were
maybe even the months leading up
pre-small.
before, maybe the summer before. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah, there was a bunch of like illnesses, late 19. Yeah, Lauren, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's when they
Yeah.
started to layer it in.
Hospitals
And
start putting out these pre-notices for certain things, and it just you don't pay it much attention then, and then boom.
Yeah.
yep,
Mm. Oh, no,
wild.
it is. Well, I sure don't weigh 80 pounds anymore.
Hmm.
Right about that.
Can't remember when I was 80 pounds.
Hmm.
You don't want to be.
Decades ago.
I get down to 80 pounds. I've been fully mummified.
Razor throat.
Oh, Ladysmith. Um, Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Oh yeah, of course. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Last night, it felt like something was stuck in my throat, not
Mm-hmm.
razor. And
Mm.
I kept having the cough, or I don't know. It just felt like something was stuck in my throat. This morning was just perfectly fine. Chewed up a bunch of vitamin C. And,
Kind of like a
and
sharp. I've had that recently. It's like a sharp spot that's not a productive cough to it. It's not dry. It's not this or that. It's just a sharp agitation.
Mm.
Hmm.
Sometimes you can take a fresh piece of bread, take the crust off on it and cut it up into pieces and roll it if your throat's like that. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I can't eat.
Like,
Glass of milk with it, just in case.
okay. Bread and
But
a glass of milk.
sure.
Hey, D-Dog.
I mean,
Thanks
it
for
could
doing
be. I mean, that's what. Besides something getting on your skin, breathing in, that's going to be your next quickest way something gets in the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but sometimes that can be nerve spot. You ever had it?
What movie was I watching earlier? Oh, I rewatched that movie. The movie called The Rock. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it with Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage.
Yep.
But Nicolas Cage character, he was like a demolitions expert type of thing. He could do with he could diffuse things. Boy, he was inside this some type of facility, and he was trying to defuse this bomb, this device, and it started putting off some type of chemical or something, and it was like melting their suits uh, as he was trying to like defuse the bomb. I was like, man, that was kind of wild.
That's
Well,
why they had all. Sorry. Sorry.
it was called The Rock.
Yeah, I don't even know what made me even think it to mention that at the time. It just came to me. I don't know.
I'm
Yeah, it's a
just trying.
movie called The Rock. That people they took out, they hijacked Alcatraz, and they had a bunch of tourists that were there hostages, and they had different demands and stuff like that. But it's one of those type of movies.
Well,
Is that the one where they had the 2-inch green crystals and he pulls them out on the chain and he's got to defuse it?
Oh yeah, that chain of chemicals. Yeah, those. Yeah, that stuff was bad stuff.
Yeah.
Like one drop could take out the whole town.
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
That's a good movie. I like that one. Where they come up through the showers.
Yeah, yeah. They brought Sean Connery's character in because he broke out of there years ago, and they needed him to figure out how to get in there so they could take over and re-secure the island, take down the bad guys. I was like, it's just kind of weird. This movie's just randomly on TV right now, and then I don't know. I guess with Alcatraz kind of being back in the news and getting a little hype recently.
Yeah.
If I had a network or something like that, I would definitely do it. You know, certain movies and certain stuff within reason. Why not?
Interesting, Lauren. So Sean Connery's the hero.
He's kind of like not really a hero and not really a villain. He's kind of like an anti-hero. He was kind of done wrong in the movie. He spent heck, it was like, what did he say in the movie? He spent 30 years in prison, and he shouldn't. He was kind of set up. So he kind of he was carrying that grudge of that. Um, you know, never got to see his daughter grow up. That type of dealing with those type of battles. So I think he was like an anti-hero, maybe. He didn't trust the good guys and he didn't like the bad guys.
That was a damn good movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, just for pretty sure another. Like what I'm gonna try to picture.
Hmm?
You got a fan going or
Oh, can I? Okay, I'll put it down to the lower speed. That helps.
And
Still,
reduce
it's,
background noise.
it's still very Georgia here.
But that helped. It's not as loud.
Okay.
Is that better, chessboard?
God damn, I didn't even know Connery died. Dang,
Yeah, pretty recently.
dang, he died he died in 2020.
Dude,
Oh, I didn't know that.
total
Who,
Probably
legend.
I did. Maybe I forgot. I don't know.
who's that?
Sean Connery.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
he gave up Hollywood, turned his back on Hollywood after he got the award in 2020. Lifetime achievement. He went to an island with his wife, I think it was Jamaica or another island, and took up painting till he passed away.
Dang, passed away on Halloween Day,
Yeah.
2020.
Wow.
hmm.
Interesting.
I'm gonna have to look into that. It does sound interesting.
Lady Smith, that's
They
funny.
007 and he got 007.
Apparently got a lot of arguments with producers a couple of times, and he's got the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2020. He said, "Thanks, I'm gone," and he left, packed up, sold everything, and moved to some island. Took up painting, art. That
Like to
was
see what type of stuff he was painting.
I don't was never he never sold it. Never came out. His wife has it all.
It wasn't published.
No, it was just what do you enjoy doing?
We're not published, but yeah.
Yeah, there's no uh, grand opening type thing. So
Like exhibitions. Well, I like to envision him doing this to Bob Ross videos, making happy little trees and
Yeah.
cabins in the snow.
Proper little trees. As I'm having a martini, shaken, not
Beat
stirred.
the devil out of it. That's how you clean the brush. Beat the
I
devil
think
out of it.
he had Alzheimer's. I'm not sure. Pretty sure he Sheldon died of Alzheimer's. I remember right.
Hmm.
His wife said I was married to the sexiest man alive.
I will never say that.
His wife, not me.
Oh,
well, that's the way you're supposed to feel about your husband.
yeah. And if I had a wife, I'd say that.
He was famous for changing James Bond, where he says, who are you type of thing. Bond, James Bond. He
Mm-hmm.
changed it to that. So,
Bond. James Bond.
yes.
Right.
And you're in trouble.
So what? Every time you say that, remember to wear a kilt. Just say it.
Ooh.
I may have one on standby. Who knows?
He might. Did you
And
hear
you
it?
know,
Sorry.
she ran in the bougie circles.
Mm-hmm.
Did you happen to see his last interview with the BBC?
Who?
Sean Connery.
No, I didn't.
No, it's out there, but it's he knew an awful lot of uh, wealthy people and a lot of politicians, and there was an English politician, David, and his wife Anne. And David, he was going to tell the story, but it's a little racy. He said, go ahead, Sean. So he says, well, David owed me £10. And apparently Anne thought I had the sexiest legs going. So I called up David and I said, when I'm in town next, I want my £10 or I'll show Anne the rest.
Mm,
He got his £10. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
No word from Anne yet, but we're still listening. So
Yeah, it's like giving somebody's ankles compliments back then. You just didn't do it.
I know.
Yeah, for sure. You have nice ears.
Can
I
you
bet.
believe Miss Betty had her ankles out all day? Can
Right.
y'all believe that? What's the world coming to, y'all? People just got their ankles out and don't have no disregard for the people around them.
Right. 100%.
I got a lot of disregard for people around me.
Yo, you're ahead of the curve, my friend.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You
Around,
are the curve.
around my 38th birthday.
Gma, you did say you peed on John Wayne. I mean, hey,
Excuse
that's
me.
pretty amazing.
She did what?
Yeah, she did. Gma has had quite the life.
He
Man,
was changing.
mm,
I mean that. So he had to be pretty close to the family there to be able to change the child.
yeah, the Duke.
Yeah.
Is it still warm down there? Or is it eased up as well? It's 26, which is 76 or 77 here now.
Wait, I missed a comment. What was?
It's
Oh, yeah.
Like one of those rotisserie chickens you see at the Costco, you know?
But dude, for $4.99, it's so worth it.
Yeah,
It is.
you can't even get a chicken sandwich for that.
Exactly. Exactly, dude. That's a guilty pleasure for sure. That $4.99 rotisserie. Shoot.
My youngest daughter is so picky it ain't even funny, and I guess sometimes she tried one of those, and every time she was anywhere near a place that had them, she was like, "I gotta get a rotisserie chicken,"
Why
and she
not?
would eat the whole thing in one meal.
Ooh,
I don't think you're supposed to
so
do
good.
Been known to do that.
well. I could I could see that, but she's a little girl.
Right. Well, at least it's all protein, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Gma, that's why you peed on John Wayne. You were a baby. He was filming in Coos Bay. Now that's in Oregon, y'all. My granny took me to the set. I was just a baby. And okay. Because when you say you pissed on John Wayne, I'm picturing a shiwi and a freaking white party. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
girl?
like an adult setting.
Yes, but that makes perfect sense if you're just
Okay.
on the lap, like a baby. Like that's funny. Mm,
Okay, still cool.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, no doubt. But yeah,
100%, dude. Yep.
different viewpoint.
Might have been a cloth diaper or something. I mean, it can only do so much. Yeah, she was a wee one. Oh, literally a wee one. That's a good double entendre.
A wee one had to go wee
Right.
wee.
Hmm.
Oh, that's cute, man. My
I
mom
agree.
was
Sorry, go ahead.
she would sew all my clothes when I was younger. And I mean, that's an
Yes.
amazing skill to me is women who can sew really pretty little dresses and shit. Well, when she was pregnant with me, she sewed a bunch of cloth diapers and it took barely a week. Like after I shit in them a few times, she gave up and went after the huggies. Like it was like, nope, this girl is blowing this out. I mean, it's a mess. It was a mess, but bless her heart, she made a whole batch of them. But I showed her.
Super absorbent.
Yeah,
Oh,
super moisture retention.
3
Mm,
packs of wipes.
dude. And breastfed babies go more often because they eat more often, and it's
Mhm.
it's a
Yeah,
mess.
man,
It
it's
is.
more of a natural flow, I imagine.
Hmm.
Nuclear ones. Yeah, I've seen that where they have uh, more folds in the middle.
The new cloth ones. Okay, so they have like little canals, not just like a flat
Yeah,
cloth. Uh-huh. Okay, that's what's up.
I don't know. It seems
because
like you would. I don't have a sewing machine or something, but it seems like you would be able to find some type of cloth and maybe, I don't know, sew some type of. I don't know if you could use elastic bands or what you could use something
Hmm.
yes,
um to kind of kind of draw it up around that area and maybe the waist. I don't know.
Right.
yeah,
The
That way you
elastic.
just kind of pull it off, clean it. You don't have to worry about untying anything.
Hmm.
Yeah, they probably make something like that. I don't know.
Or a
oh, those
drawstring.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go.
Hmm.
those diaper pins that sometimes slip because the
Yes.
baby's wiggling around. I've
Yes. The
loved using
diaper
cloth
pins.
diapers because,
Hmm.
well, I had a clothesline too. That makes such a difference. I
Oh
love
yeah.
smell of clothesline. Maybe not the towels. Towels and jeans. When the jeans could stand up by themselves.
All right.
Mm. It happens.
Huh. Trying to figure out where Gma's at. Not needed if the parents took responsibility. I don't think she's talking about diapers. Oh, economics.
No,
Okay.
economics. Home
Okay.
economics.
Yeah.
The hell with
And
the drawstring. Just do better.
Oh man.
But I had
Anyway.
an echo. If for some weird reason I can remember most of my teachers' names, but I can't remember my high school economics teacher. But the weird thing about him is, man, he looked almost just like Gandhi. It was weird.
Hmm.
And I said, I even told him one time, I said, has anybody ever told you you look like somebody? And he said, go ahead and say it. I already know what you're going to say. And I said, what? And he said, uh, Gandhi. And I said, yep. And he said, yep. I mean, I can't remember his name. It
your
wasn't
home ec teacher was a male?
my economics.
Economics? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Not home ec.
But isn't it the same thing?
Mm-mm.
Economics?
But not
It's
home ec, it's like more personal, like in home, like, I don't know, s- sewing, maybe
Sewing,
cooking, different,
cooking.
cooking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Childcare.
yeah,
Yes.
childcare. Yeah. They had the
Oh,
class when I was in high school where the girls would take home the robot babies that would cry and do stuff at different times and they would track
Right.
it.
thank goodness I never had to do that. But yep.
I didn't either. No, economics is more business, like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Economy.
yeah,
Yeah,
finance, tax
got it.
planning, how the world works, stuff like that.
Home ec is just like the the home economics, the things that keep your home going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, my grandmother and mother taught me the economics part. That's that's one thing that I stuck to all my life, and I don't know why my kids did not stick with that. The bills come out
Mhm.
first. Even
Right.
when I was getting paid once a month, um, I would put, I had 4 envelopes. That's how much you have for the week. And if it's gone, it's gone. You did
Mhm.
without. It wasn't, well, let me dip into the next one. Nope.
Right. I did the envelope method. I think it was Dave Ramsey that started suggesting that. He was like a financial dude, but um, I had labeled envelopes. There was rent, there was certain bills, there was like I would parlay it out at least a month ahead. And like you said, Bonnie, you never go back and touch it. Like it is what it is. It
Yeah.
teaches you how to budget to do that.
Yes.
It's just the world of everything instant and everything now. You know,
Hmm.
a lot plays into it. You know, mentally and what's the word?
Well,
Forget
it's
the word, but
discipline.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like self-discipline too. We're in a consumptionist culture. People love to swipe on an online shop, but that time I was either getting a money order. I ain't have no checking account. That's bougie shit. I had to go get a money order at the money tree or whatever.
yeah.
Um, you couldn't do it at the click of a button, so you save up those envelopes, take them in. I got to pay PG&E. Word, you know.
Stop
My
this.
grandma was good at that, but that's one of the things. She retired from working at the bank for many years.
Hmm.
She was always good with that type of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I like the bookkeeping.
Oh, she had notes for days. She could track it all. I mean, there wasn't nothing. She had to all see and she could see it.
Yeah.
And I always feel like she and my granddad knew a lot more than I ever knew enough to ask. You know, I don't know if y'all ever feel like that. I don't know. I guess it's just a general thing. Questions
Yes.
unanswered. I guess we can all feel that way.
Well, I've always been kind of a question person. I
Yeah,
ask a lot of questions, but
yeah,
not near enough. I wish that I would have recorded the stories from my grandmother
yeah. Me
because
too.
it's so much history. The cotton picking, the store, the farm, everything that she experienced, the the people that she knew that became famous, the her brothers. Oh my goodness, they were bad. Well, she was bad.
Bad.
Yeah, we were talking about that just the other day. How do you show somebody you like them?
I
Climb
don't
up.
know how.
Well, the girls think that she climbed up the tree and peed on him because she did that to a boy, but I don't think it was because she liked him.
Yeah, it might have not have been a sign of affection.
No.
It might have been pure detest. Be gone with you.
Man, I think about journals, Ladysmith. Um, my grandma was she's still alive, was very big on the genealogy, and she gave me all of her albums that she's done over the years. And there's old pictures and they're labeled. And I love turning an old picture over and someone has written in beautiful cursive the date, time, place.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
me too.
Yes.
JoJo playing with Marty in 1921 at the farm. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yes.
And anything handwritten, like, and what's really sad to me is we are not going to have that type of genealogy probably starting 2 generations ago because people do not write letters. You don't have handwritten shit coming in the mail anymore. You don't have
it's
pen pals.
physical.
You don't have those labels on the pictures because it's all in your iCloud. It'll be fine, right?
Yeah,
So therefore there's nothing. You see what I mean? There's nothing.
No, I write everything. And I do
Mhm.
send letters, cards.
Some
Yeah,
do. I still get letters and cards from some people, but the overall, it's dying
I
out.
know. Yeah,
Totally dying out.
we have to bring back the pen pal program.
Yeah,
that that's what I
yeah.
was talking. Remember the pen pals
We
when you
did that.
just
I think it was in like third or fourth grade. We did that, and heck, I don't even remember who the heck I was writing or where the heck they was at. I don't even
mm-hmm.
think they were in the United States. I was even thinking, I don't remember where it was at. Obviously, they had to be able to read what I was writing. I don't know how it all worked, but it was going somewhere. Somebody got my letter.
Well,
I
Maybe
never
and
got one back.
that's
maybe
what
it's
I remember was other countries.
maybe that's the one where you started with Dear Santa,
Excuse me.
I want a quart of peaches.
But then it might have been one of them type of deals. We all wrote letters, and it kind of went to one class somewhere. All our letters just went to one class. Probably. Sure, the teacher probably translates or tells you what it says.
Just word right.
Well, do that for your people, y'all. Seriously, write shit down. Some kind of journaling, even little thoughts. Like I'll scribble stuff down sometimes in random places, just
Oh
thinking
yeah,
about.
Yes.
Leave that there, But um, shoot, if anything went down digitally for in an extreme way, can you imagine all your pictures? Like back up your pictures. Go and make copies of like your favorites of each thing you have saved on
physical hard
hard.
copies.
Yeah, get you a physical hard copy. It's still like 3 cents a print at the Walmarts, you know?
Mhm.
Just have it.
Yeah, that ain't bad. Heck, go out there with a handful of change and give it to them.
Right.
That's
And then
I
you
Yeah,
got
saw
it.
I saw this little printer, and you lay your phone on it, and it prints out your pictures. And I was like, I really want that. Um, because I love to do scrapping. I like the
Mm-hmm.
scrapping better than the photo albums because over time, with that plastic paper that goes over the photos, they stick to it for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's and it messes up the photo if you ever take it out.
Right.
And
Or that
scrapping,
backing with that glue that turns yellow
yeah,
on those
like
foam ones.
moisture or something that gets down in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll start to
yeah,
eat it. Yep.
I have even noticed that with frame pictures that um, I need to ask my brother about that too. I had a whole stack of framed pictures of him and his family, and that Mama had for him to take with him, and he didn't take them. It's like,
remember my grandparents on both sides. They always had a lot of framed pictures of everybody. Different stages of
yeah,
our lives.
yep, yeah, they were big on that, and that's all my kids' school pictures were all in there. Well, everybody's baby pictures, baby announcements. That's one of the cool things I got was a box of letters to my great grandmother, letters and cards, and Yep. For me, that's a treasure.
Yeah, all that type of stuff that used to be all over the refrigerators when you was a kid or you had kids, you know.
Yeah. And it's cool to see the way they even spoke back then. It was sounded so heartfelt.
Well, it's the same heart. It was just more heart in it, you know,
Yep.
more soul, you know. It's generation by generation. Yeah, I remember my
Paul?
granddad. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just saying hi to Bob.
My granddad on my mom's side, he grew up in the foothills of like of the mountains in like Virginia, North Carolina. But I remember he used to tell me stories of like he used to go set traps for different animals. You know, some for eating for the family, some that they would get for the furs. He would collect the furs and sell them. But yeah, he would get up, I don't know, so many hours before school, and he'd walk. Ain't no telling, so many different miles in different directions to check all his traps. If he caught anything, he'd get them all up. You know, reset them, do all that, bring them back home before school, and then he'd go to school and he'd learn for the day.
Yeah, that's cool.
Little
That's
stories like that, you know.
yes.
So many stories he had.
Yep.
They did perfectly fine. They built up in their work, their trades, their basic reading, writing, arithmetic was down, but we're talking, these are the kind of folks that made it happen with probably fifth grade education. you know?
Yeah, yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like he was, he knew what he knew. He knew how to
Right.
make money. You know,
Yep, exactly.
After the army, he had his antique shops, but I'd go with him to the flea market. And shoot, he always kept a knot on him that would choke a mule. You know, he wasn't
hmm
playing big bank with little bank with my granddad. He'd go around and he'd collect all the money for the racing, the NASCAR pools, or whoever wanted to bet on something. But you know, we'd go out there and he'd see somebody that had a bunch of stuff set up. He said, "How much you want for the whole table?" He said, "Don't even worry, but don't even get comfortable. You know, how much you want for the whole table?" He said, "Come on, we're gonna go get us some breakfast. By the time they'll get all that packed up, and you can tote it to the truck." I said, "All right."
Yeah.
If you wanted to go to the flea market with him, he said, you better be ready to get up because he was get as soon as that sun just started peaking, he's gone. You know what I mean?
He's already one cup of coffee
Yeah.
down.
Yeah,
Oh
if you
yeah.
yeah, if you hear the truck, it's too late. You might as well just
Right.
roll on over. He said, you're already down the driveway.
That's funny.
Or the old flea market, one of the old original flea markets, half of it burnt down years ago and they rebuilt it, but it still ain't the same. But they had this restaurant in there that been there for years, and it probably, think about it now, it probably wasn't the best choice to eat, but I mean, it was good. It almost tasted like my mom's, but it was like a breakfast buffet. They had
Mm.
everything you wanted: pancakes, waffles, French toast, eggs, everything, grits, gravy, sausage. And we go in there, and he'd eat a little bit, and he said, "All right." He said, "Well, you eat till you can't eat no more, then you come find me." And I just sit in there and eat breakfast, and I just walk around and go find them. You know,
That's what's
Yeah.
up,
Hey,
dude. I love.
hey, Ladysmith.
Hey,
Hey,
Sounds
Bob.
Pete.
fair to me. Oh, yeah. Hello, Bonnie. Hello, everyone.
That's my
good to see you, buddy.
grandmother. She had a sixth grade education, but I swear she was the smartest person I ever knew. And that's what she kept telling me all my life. You
Yep.
never stop learning, keep reading. She would read anything she could get her hands on. And the Reader's Digest. I remember that always sitting on the coffee table. But I mean, the books that she would read, and then she would tell me, "You got to read this one," and it was so many different. And I love reading. It's like you're going into another world. It's like you're. Boy, when I was raising all those kids, that was my escape. Start reading and get so engrossed in the story. They'd be, Mom,
Yeah.
pay
Yeah,
attention to me.
you just described my wife. She'll get lost in a book and away she goes. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
I just let her be. Enjoy your book. She's home today. Believe it or not, she's home.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we spent out most of the evening out on the deck hanging out, and right now she got her feet up watching funny fail videos on YouTube.
Good for her.
hmm
TV guide.
hmm
Did you read a lot of Zane Grey? My mom picked up on the Zane Grey novels.
Mm,
I'm not sure.
Since
I'm
his
not sure either.
Texas.
There was this one writer that she just loved, and I can't remember her name for anything. She was Irish or Scottish, and she would read a lot of her books.
What type of books were they? Do you remember?
No, no, I've gotten bad about reading.
Grandma, she would read a lot of different type of books, but she had certain authors she liked, and my granddad would go out and about in his travels. If he's seen some of those type of books, he'd get them.
Yeah,
She had a bunch of them. She could have started her own library.
yeah, and that's what was disappointing too. Was my mother got rid of all those books except for what she felt she wanted to keep, and so there's not a whole lot of books from my grandmother.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
When my
none of
daughter,
them had romance novels with Fabio on the front?
No, no.
my sister read those.
Mhm.
My God,
Never
uh,
into
Wow.
Can't believe it's not butter.
Oh man. Hmm.
Look at my hair. It's so beautiful.
hmm
Dude.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah. Those romance novels, man, they had a lot of sex in them. I tell you what, my
Hmm.
teenage sister was in there reading about all kinds of stuff. Oh Lord, I picked up one of her books and was reading through it, and like, oh man, this is almost like porn,
Yes.
Moist level through the roof.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
School libraries, they have that. It's like the young adult section, and it's very like, whoa. You know what I mean? There's a lot going
yeah.
on there. Hmm.
Yeah, my sister, she got into the Harlequins, and I have a tub full of them over there that she gave me the last time I saw her, and she would always just bring boxes of those, and um,
Oh yeah.
I didn't get into them as much as my daughter did.
Hmm.
She just loved them, but um, I like the ones that have more um, history, the way people lived,
Hmm.
the way people treated each other, and the different, like I've said it before, the clan of the K Bear. It was different. It was um, I don't know if it's science fiction or not, but it sounds so real. Like it could have been
What's that?
the clan of the Cave Bear.
The,
I don't know if I've heard of that one.
yeah, I don't know if I have either.
They are thick books,
Yeah.
and there's 5 books to it.
Like a series.
Mhm.
Yep.
I knew a lady in the Air Force. She read all of those, and oh boy, men are so abusive. And really, that's in a book. Has it happened to you? Come on, there's a separation here between reality and what you just read.
Yeah.
Dude, the really juicy ones though were romance and the knight in shining armor. It was like
Mm,
Hallmark movies with the actual deed getting done, you know.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I think that ruined us. I think it gave us a
Mhm.
misconception of how it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, ideal. Well, all fairy tales kind of have that ideal, you know.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. I can see that.
Mom, do you have
Oh,
do you have any
Terry read
wipes?
them.
Sorry, like distilled wipes, whatever.
Excuse me a second.
I think it would do folks more good to read books about the early pioneer days that were as close to accurate as possible, man. Life was
Mhm.
hard back then. Wow.
Yeah.
For sure.
Pre-power. The pre-power days.
Yes, yes, exactly. Well, if you wanted to go somewhere, you had to spend an hour or so hooking up a horse or a ox to a cart and on and on and pack a lunch. You better pack a lunch because nothing's going to take you 10 minutes. Go horse cart and all that. But I learned a lot from my grandfather. He was born in Missouri in 1886, and he would tell me stories. And I'd sit there and listen to him by the hour because we had grandma, grandpa come over to our house every day, every Sunday for dinner. And man, he had some stories. And let me tell you, folks, life back in those days where it was not fun and it was not easy. You know,
Right.
everything was done by hand, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything with the pioneers. Grapes of Wrath is really good. Uh, one of the only examples of my great grandmother's handwriting that I have is she got me the full box set of Little House on the Prairie.
Mm.
And she wrote on the inside of book 1, you know, a greeting and a well wishes and enjoy this, you know, because it
Mm,
was reminiscent of her upbringing, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
books like that, yeah, like putting yourself in that time, and it was not that long ago.
But when that might be a common gift, to give somebody a book
Mm-hmm.
or books.
Yep.
Not saying it's not, it can't happen now, but more when it was more a thing. Um,
And if it reflects things you wish you could have said, I mean, she was old by that point. She was like 80. You know, at that point, she knew, like, all right, this is what I can leave, this story.
It's like your own little personal time capsule in a way. You can kind of open it up and you can kind of be there.
Absolutely.
I used to, when I was a teenager, I read a lot more than I do now, but I read a lot of books about post World War II.
Mhm.
Uh, some of the books, I don't remember who wrote them, but they were about German, Austrians, Hungarians, and all that were displaced in Europe, and the Japanese that were displaced, about where they had to go at the end of World War II, because
Mhm.
Yeah.
most of the cities in Europe were rubble. Same with Japan and China, and an awful lot of Japanese immigrated down to South America. Because South America was like, okay, come here, we'll give you some land if you settle it. The same with the Germans and the Austrians and all the Romanians.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of
We've been
Japanese in
talking
South
about this in
America.
South America. Watt was talking about what were they called, Watt? Confederados?
Confederados, yeah, in
Mm.
Brazil. Brazil.
Brazil. Yeah,
After the Civil War, they went down to Brazil. And it's such an interesting timeline if you think about
It's hard to get
uh
an accurate number, I guess, but I've seen reports vary from somewhat 20,000 and some say close to 40,000 post Confederate soldiers. And heck, I'm pretty sure there was some Union soldiers as well, you know.
sure.
Depends on where they fought. Somebody might have fought for the Union. It don't mean they were up there. They just went and signed up.
mhm.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was what is now known as San Paulo, Brazil, in that area. I mean, it's not uncommon to see people still in full dress on certain days or any day. Definitely on specific days. Yeah, I'd like to visit that one day. It sounds like an interesting place, but there's so many of them, you know.
Yeah.
Post wars or post things like that, you see such a big shift, a big population shift, different areas.
That's a fact. Yeah, that is a fact.
I do find stuff like that interesting to track it and see what happened. Where do these people go? Who are they? Where are they now?
Yeah,
Hmm.
what was all the cause and effect? Because it rolls over one group to the next per war, you know?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I guess Uruguay and Paraguay, they opened up to a lot of Europeans and Japanese to come in and settle. Uh, well, that's interesting to me.
Yeah.
World War II was such a global changing event. My God, man.
And I wonder how that would be to adapt, you know, culturally, language barrier, you know. I don't
And
know.
the crazy television stories that began in the early 50s. You know, you talk about Mexico, the Cisco Kid in the better alleys, you know, all
Hmm.
the guys, the Lone Ranger, Hopalong Cassidy,
You know them, the whole crew.
the whole crew. Yeah.
Zorro, if I'm not mistaken, he was a Spaniard, right?
Yeah.
He was not a Mexican or South American. He was a Spaniard.
El Zorro,
Hmm.
the guy with the mustache. I forget the guy. Errol Flynn didn't play him in the early days. I forget the guy on television that played.
Was
Like
he a
Errol,
fictional character?
who?
Zorro?
Yes.
You never heard of Zorro?
Yes, I've heard of him, but
Oh, okay.
was he a fictional character or
And there's
was there?
probably some truth to I mean, a lot of these stories, you know. I mean, it could have easily been a real man. You know, he was just a man that, you know, took a stand against whatever it was, you know.
Uh, After I went to Spain, Zorro made sense because he was always fighting against the corrupt Don or the rich royals who were taking advantage of the poor people. Because Spain, I don't know how it is now. It's
Almost
changed
like the Robin Hood story in a way.
like that. Yeah, and yeah, Spain. Man, that place is a desert. If you haven't, the north of Spain on the Spanish border and the Basque border is wooded and mountainous, and there's water up there. But the rest of the country is sand. It's a desert. So if you didn't get permission to farm a little piece of land or get a job with the local Don, oh baby, you're out on the sidewalk, man.
I say it never rains on the plains of Spain.
Correct. Hmm. They grow a hell of a lot of tomatoes, though. Ah.
Well, I bet. I
That's
don't know if it,
Wow.
Spain
yeah.
is also, 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 also,
I definitely like to visit it. You know, it's definitely got some places I'd find interesting for sure.
Yeah. I'd say the small city that I was most impressed in Spain was Toledo. Have you ever heard the word of Toledo steel, where they made
Yeah.
their swords and all that?
Yeah.
Well, I was at one of the foundries and blacksmith shops where they made the swords and the body armor for the conquistadors that went across the ocean to
Oh, that'd be
colonize.
badass to see all that.
It was, yeah, yeah. But the city was built by the Moors. Everything in Spain was built by the Moors, and it was built on a plateau with canyons all the way around it. There was a river down at the bottom of the canyon, but um, you had to cross over some bridges just to get into the city. And yeah, it was interesting. The architecture was much different than Northern Europe. It was Morocco, Muslim, Then
Yeah.
the Spaniards took it from the Muslims, and then the mosques on the inside they put Catholic churches and some synagogues on the inside of the mosques, because if they lost that ground again, then they knew the Muslims would not destroy it because it was a mosque, But
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I visited Toledo. Yeah, I've been there.
No, it's Holy Toledo, not Holy Toledo.
Hmm.
You go abroad to old Spanish colonies and you see why the population is so mixed, because many of those Spanish soldiers and sailors, when they go to the colonies, they didn't go back home at the end of their military service. They stayed because they knew that, well, you're lower class in Spain and you're never going to be anything better. Never, because you're not part of the lower royal caste of people. Yeah. And, but I don't blame them. Want to go live in a desert and work for nothing, or you want to wind up in some beautiful tropical paradise where you can grow all the food you want. Not a hard choice for me.
The guy I
The
used, sorry.
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the channel I used to follow till he got tired of him meltdowns. It's an Englishman that is living on a mountain in Spain all by himself for the last 10 years.
Mm.
And the people he interacts with, and, you know, um, he calls it a hippie community nearby, which a place, is a drug culture.
Oh,
The tourists, and, he stays away from it now. But there's some guy that his dad made all kinds of money. He's English. And he's 53 and he's a multi-million. He's got like €500,000 on it. But he bought the side of a mountain. Now it's very interesting. And he has sunsets and everything from the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. But
yeah.
he had some meltdown, started yelling and screaming. I thought, after 3 years, I'm tired of it, all the drama and why are we to blame for somebody else, that type. But it's interesting from the, is it Ortega? I think he's near, but anyway, yeah, Spain.
Well, as soon as I arrived, everybody stopped talking.
I know a lot of times you hear about the old Spanish missions. I know the oldest one we have here on Georgia. It's down on Cumberland Island, down there where the wild horses are that I was telling you about.
Mhm.
And it's it's part of the tourism. If you ever visit Cumberland Island, that's one of the big things. You can kind of walk through that whole little area and see what's left of the old the missions and the little side buildings that connected to it and stuff. But I forget when they said that was founded. That was like in the 1500s, allegedly.
Are they still occupied or abandoned?
No. It's just the remnants of what was. You know, it's kind of like when you go down there, it's part of the tourism of it. You know, if you ever visit Cumberland Island, it's just one of the things you visit to see.
Yeah, the oldest city in America, or the United States anyway, is St. Augustine, Florida. That was built by the Spaniards.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot of those references. I guess it depends on location. I don't know how far they ventured off, but yeah, definitely down here in the South or Florida, ventured off parts of the Gulf and Texas.
Mm-hmm. They
That
tended
makes sense. That was their first point of contact, you know.
Yeah, they tend to just like to stay in the hot countries where,
Yeah,
because well, you grow up in a hot desert. I suppose you wouldn't want to go to the Arctic,
yeah, it ain't on your bucket list probably.
No.
Remember when Spanish architecture came in North America, and everybody had rounded doors and half-inch terracotta tiles on the floors and
Yeah,
all that stuff with it. You ever tried to arch a door with drywall? It's an you can do it. You have to let it down. But
yeah.
and all this, I remember that with all the tile stores, the terracotta, and that's the in thing, right? That didn't last long.
We did this house here, and that was pretty much the style of the house, and it was called the Rolex house, and it was basically just like a small castle, and pretty much all the doorways and stuff in there was curved, and it had that tile roof and stuff on there. But we did the electrical part of it, and the watch company, the Rolex company, they both had a lease on the house where whenever the Masters tournament comes in, that's where they send all their like high rollers and executives. You know, they stay in that house while the golf tournament's going on. But yeah, it's a beautiful house though.
Well, it's okay if you live in a hot climate, but if you live in one where you want to heat it, like northern climates,
Yeah,
it doesn't
it has its place for sure.
That's why they put sun lamps in the bathrooms. Keep my rosy red cheeks and my little children.
And location, you know, you see the old like antebellum style architecture down here in the South. You know, you'll see you have the big front door, and usually you have that straight pathway all the way through where you could open up your back door, and you get that natural circulation of air.
Didn't they used to call that a dog run? No, that was between the two. They'd have the kitchen over in one area and the bedrooms in the other.
Yeah.
Dog run. I love architecture. And the adobe roofs you were talking about, those are, I still see them. I guess it depends on area because we are so close to Mexico. We see a lot of stucco and they're really masonry. And
the longer exposures to that hot temperature, it plays a bigger role.
yes. But they do get hot. You could cook whatever on it.
One of the cool things about doing electrical in the area, you get to go in and see a lot of different old style homes. It's pretty cool.
That is. There's one town that we went through There was a lot of Victorian homes there, and they're pretty. I like the wraparound porch around the whole house.
I think a lot of the southern houses, they had verandas all four sides. Like you say, a wraparound porch to the center of the house. I think they had that in the color purple, didn't they?
It's because the sun moves and you keep going to sit in the shade.
Well, about the most exciting going on at my house is I got neighbors behind me from Bangladesh. They're a Muslim family, and we're going to go in halves on the materials, and he's rebuilding the fence between our backyards, you know, and out of respect, because I'm older than him, he said he'll do the work, but just he wants half of the finance. I said, okay, but I got to see into their backyard a little bit, and last year their 20 something year old daughter got in big trouble because mama found something on her phone that mama didn't like. And so that young lady was in jail for a while because she had to wear a hijab and a body thing everywhere she went, even in the backyard. But the wife and I were sitting in the back today, and I noticed that she's out of jail. She doesn't have to wear all that mummy stuff anymore. Oh man. Yeah.
Wait, who put her in mummy stuff? What? What?
Her her mama. Her mama.
Oh, oh,
Almost a
okay.
year ago. Almost a year ago, her mom had her phone, the daughter's phone,
Mm-hmm.
and she saw something on there that the dad and they got a little boy. He's about 4 or 5 years old, and the 20-something-year-old daughter. So the dad picked up the little boy and he walked out of the house and they went somewhere else. And mom had it out with the daughter. I don't know what it was because it was only half English. But
Hmm.
boy, I think she confiscated her phone because I'm guessing that it was inappropriate material. But uh, dad took the little boy out of the house and they both bailed while the women settled it. And
The women
yeah.
settled it.
Yeah, because it was a mom daughter, you know, and I don't know what was on that phone, but you know, uh, yeah, after that, the young lady had to wear a hijab and all that stuff because of her parents are first generation here, you know.
Right.
So I talked to their daughter. It sounds just like me in Virginia, but the
Mm-hmm.
parents are first generation, and yeah,
I saw,
what's
uh, I think it was God's Kid, the Muslim family, when the daughter was looking at um, Jesus, reading scripture about Jesus, they they disowned her for that. So no telling what it was. But I've done that with my daughters. If I saw something, and I was a phone checker, and if I saw something, I was like, "Yep, it's mine now for a month."
Yeah, see, they're not so much different than we are. The ones who live here in the States, anyway. We're all about the
Yeah,
same. When you got a daughter problem, dad stays out of it, you know. At least I
yeah.
did with raising my daughter. My wife would handle it. Uh, not so. No, well, we're all about the same, really. At least if you live in this country. Oh, in the old country, I'm sure it's quite substantially different. But
Oh, yeah.
little bit of everything in my area. I mean, it's pretty, you know, a little bit of everything. And we've did electrical jobs at the Muslim Community Center. We wired up the head rabbi's personal house. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's all type of people in the area.
Hmm.
Yeah. Same here. Yeah. Yeah. Wayne said a good thing in the side chat. We all want freedom. Yeah.
Hmm.
But now, last winter, part of that, the fence between his house and mine is pretty rotten, and a windstorm blew part of it over, and I was trying to mend it myself, and he came out. He sent his daughter out first, the one who's got good English, and asked if he could. My dad wants to come out and help you. Is it okay? I said, yeah, I need to help, And he and I mended it together, and we had an agreement to go in halves on fixing it better. But um, yeah, we're not so much different from each other. And I like the immigrants that live around here, man. There's all kinds of them. I love it. You know, I love it.
Oh, chessboard. Okay, I can see it on StreamYard, but not in YouTube chessboard because it's gone. So you'll have to put it up there again. I can see it back here. Then I went over there to copy it, and it's gone. Um, but yeah, we can't. I was distracted, but the last thing I heard was about immigrants. Like, yeah, we do need them. We need
Hmm.
any people that come through doing it the legit way. I don't think that's the operative
Yeah.
issue for any of us here. Like um, it's the process. It's whether or not they
Yep.
go through the right process. That's all.
Because you are thoroughly vetted. You
Hmm.
are. Even I did a K1 for my wife and two kids. I was thoroughly vetted also. You know. But I brought that topic up with the Bengali guy next door. Oh boy, he got pissed because he was pissed because they're Asian, and they take in their senior citizens, and and he says, I've been waiting for 5 years to get my mother here because she's getting too old to be living back in Bangladesh, and those guys come here illegally. Oh, he went into a tirade.
Hmm.
The legal immigrants. Wow, that's a touchy subject.
Mm.
The legal immigrants do not respect them. They don't. You know.
Agreed.
Yeah. And same with my wife and all of our Filipino friends. They just click their tongue and grumble about it, and yeah. But yeah, start with the embassy. I mean, they were giving out prices about how much these smugglers were charging these people, make them work off the debt. Dude, they're paying more than twice as much to get here illegally than they are to come here legally. Start at the
Yeah.
embassy. They have a process laid out for you. Identification check, medical examination, security. You're thoroughly vetted on both ends. Both of us were. You know, but I mean, if the wife and I got through the embassy process, anybody can do it. You know,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes time.
it does. Yeah, it takes longer than jumping on a bus and running through the desert or whatever, but it's
Yeah.
worth it because she never has to look over her shoulders ever for any reason. She's a U.S. citizen, so are the kids. You know?
Yep.
Mm.
That's most of my neighbors are Hispanic, and
Hmm.
Mhm.
um, I think about all of them speak English, but they I'm grateful for them being here. They're hard workers. They keep their homes looking nice, their yards. They build.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
create. Hmm.
Yeah. They start restaurants that employs locals, and
Hmm.
it's good
Well,
food.
I mean, that's where the people are yelling in the streets because they think that, you know, your food truck operator or someone that does agriculture or landscaping or construction or people that have been here for a minute working, that's not the focus of who it should be rounded up. It's violent criminals. Now, there's
Yeah.
like this fine line because there have been a few deported for protesting the wrong way or being anti-Semitic or anti anything else. And I think that's where it gets a little shaky because if they're not a convicted murderer or whatever, and they just say something, because I'm not a fan of the term hate speech. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah.
You
Hmm.
have to threaten. If you threaten someone's life, yeah, but you're in essence, you're allowed to disagree and even derogatory terms sometimes. It does not equal hate speech unless it's backed up by, I'm going to
Yeah.
harm you for it or unalive you for it. Does that make sense?
Loss, injury, or harm to you directly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. I
Yep.
mean, Jerry, that's kind of what I'm saying. In my opinion, you're allowed to say that. It might be taboo, might be socially frowned upon, but you're not threatening a life. You're simply making a statement that, comes across like that's a slight cringe, okay?
Yep.
Realistically, but it's not threatening life. Whatever. Sorry, Walt, carry on.
Yeah.
I yield.
Yeah. The folks who came here through the embassy process don't respect the ones who did not, far more than we indigenous Americans feel about it. Because I'll be right back. I'll go get a coffee here.
Double, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, switch to my phone. Maybe I won't get booted off of it.
Uh-uh.
Too many buttons.
That was the second time my computer booted me out. And try the phone.
It's
Was
just
it
a seasonal shift, Everything's trying to catch up.
the machine or your connection?
Can it be both?
Well, I don't know. Check the budget.
I have no idea. I think it's the machine, actually, but that's funny, chessboard. Tell me that, oh my gosh, I just cannot believe all the brainless people we have in government. That's what amazes me.
Mhm. Are they brainless or are they calculated?
I think they
I
got a
don't know.
brain. They're just soulless.
Mm,
Maybe that's it.
I don't know.
right. Just out for themselves and their interests.
Okay, what I miss?
Why are people in government apparently soulless?
They're evil.
Brainless.
They're evil.
I mean, do y'all think it's possible that some go in with true altruism and are able to maintain that, or do you think it's inevitable that the soul is purchased?
Both. Yeah, well, I think there's some who remain with their morals and their values, but many don't.
Right.
There's just so much temptation once you get into a position of power.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Very rare. Believe that for sure.
you know, I'll give you an example of what the wife and I were watching right after we came inside this evening. She was watching something about Monaco and some big hotel casino. Then all these Ferraris, Lamborghinis were pulling up, and during the day it was families and Ferraris and all that, really wealthy people, Rolls Royces, all that, going into this hotel casino. In the evening, it was married couples going in, and after the sun went down, here come the lady boys
No.
everywhere,
Dang,
Hmm.
everywhere,
Did they have
everywhere.
sandwiches or?
Did they have sandwiches?
Yeah. Did they bring some Arby's? They got the meat? Or...
it'd probably be a sloppy Joe.
I
Sloppy Joe, yeah.
I don't know, but these lady boys had some fafa somewhere because they had very expensive clothes on and cars, and but it
Mm,
just gives you kind of an example. As after the sun goes down, everything changes with the wealthy people.
hmm.
You know, everything changes.
Moulin Rouge.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm,
Hmm.
man.
Yeah.
Mm.
We're sitting there watching that, and the wife and I can pick out a what they call bio. We can pick them out pretty quick, and they were all Europeans, or almost all, and looked real pretty with the silicone and all that, and the expensive dresses, and they turn their head, and you see that jaw. It was like,
Hmm.
wife
Yeah,
and I
that
go,
could crack a nut.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
all
care what
three of
you
them.
do, just don't try to trick me.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was a group of three of them all glammed up, and I went, oh, that one's for sure. That one, yeah, all three of them are. You know, after the sun goes down, that's when everything changes.
Yeah, the shadows and the light hit the bone structure different. You
Hmm.
know, they try with the makeup and highlighter.
So the plastic don't melt.
Mm.
Yeah.
Cooler, you know.
Hmm. They group up over there in Monaco just like they do in the Philippines. Because I'll give you an example. If you got a real woman right here and one of them right next to each other, you can tell right away. Boom,
Yeah.
instantly. But if there's a group of three, it's more difficult because there's no direct comparison. You get
Yeah.
it?
Mm.
They set it up like that so that
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I hear you, chessboard. They're 99% narcissistic, looking for power.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Mhm. Well, I think anyone who goes into politics is looking for some kind of power, money and power. Yeah.
Hmm. There's a pyramid to it because even on the streets, there's factions of power. It goes from the streets to the government.
Yeah.
You could be in a tent city, and there's still going to be um, a governor of that tent city. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a fact.
There's
That's a
that
fact.
main, you know, leader, guide. You defer to him for ultimate justice. Kind of funny.
Depends on what level I guess these people want to make it to. You know, imagine the higher you like different like a game. You know, the higher you go up, you gotta give up something or sacrifice. You know.
Yeah, but the ones in power, the power is the power, the high, the drug, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even the head guy of a slum, they feel that power. It's kind of almost more respectable than the government ones in a way. You know,
It
they're
could be
they're
they were corrupted, or it could be they just now they have access to be who they really wanted to be.
yep.
It's easier, you know.
Is it cause or correlation? Were they drawn to it, or did it make them? I mean, it can be
Could
both.
be a little bit of both, you know.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure one, depending on the case, it could be more specific either way, but it could be a little of both, you know.
Yeah.
You've got to be drawn to it regardless. If you mean it's one of those career choices, you know.
Yeah.
You got to be drawn to it. You got to want to do it.
You guys ever see those live feeds of certain downtowns? They have one on Skid Row. There's one in
Yeah, I
Kensington.
watch those randomly. Yeah,
There's New Orleans ones. There's one in Wyoming. Like they're all. So
yeah.
yeah, the Skid Row. It's kind of interesting because camera one is a block or two, and it's got several tents, and like all the people, it's almost like their community center. And then camera two is right across the street, and there's like no one there. There's, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a concentrated. They all concentrate on a area, and you can see if you watch these cams, like you can see commerce, you can see behavior. Um, it's just interesting how they coalesce together, and the next block over is pretty much clear. But on that main block, they're sitting in lawn chairs. They got the taps going, you know, dab, what's up, you know, type of shit.
Could be that they say, all right, well, you can't be here, but you can be at this particular area. You know,
Hmm.
I guess a designated area.
You can feel the hierarchy of it, and you can see the people. You know, I bet you the ones with tents, that's their bourgeois. And some of the ones with chairs and a canopy, I mean, that's the guy that answers the questions and knows people and gets you what you
Yeah, you're
need.
questioning: are they homeless? Or are they just a tourist? You know, are you just chilling out for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
They offer you a cold beer. You know, like, where are you getting
Right.
this stuff from?
But that hierarchy is still there in
Yep.
that social structure, you know?
Sure is. Yeah, we were watching a video just tonight. Um, Downtown Seattle, you know, the area of Virginia was called Third and Pike with all the fentanyl, all that.
Yeah.
And apparently they've moved a few blocks away from that area. The, um, they moved into Chinatown, Seattle. And it was just like that. One side of the street was jam packed with people,
Right.
and the other side of the street was empty. And one of the Chinese guys gave this white guy a walkthrough, and he was warning him. He said, "You know, we only got a few minutes till the sun goes down, and then
Mhm.
we got to get out of here." And they tried to walk through a crowd of those guys. Man, one lady reached up and grabbed for his microphone and camera,
Mhm.
and they got run off that block by some guy a couple of times. And that guy chased them down the street a little while, but now there's a security system among them.
Yes,
They don't like cameras.
there's a
They will
hierarchy.
uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep.
There's minions and flying monkeys that do some dirty work. There's
Oh yeah.
scouts.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
But
wild.
they were the YouTuber went with one of the aid workers down there on Third and Pike, and because there's some of the homeless down in Seattle said there's more resources available to us here in Seattle than there is in the rest of the country. There's all kinds of opportunities for them to go get rehab, you know, on and on and on, and it's available, but most don't want it. They're not
Right.
ready yet, you know. So the YouTuber went with one of the aid workers because they all know him. They walked down this alley, and the aid worker said, "You need to stay close to me because they know me, but if they don't know you,
Yep.
yeah." He made it very clear. You need to stay close to me. Okay, yeah,
Yes,
and
that's a
yeah,
fact. You have
uh-huh,
yes, that trusted person that can get you through, vouch for
yeah,
you to at least walk down that road, you
yeah,
know?
uh-huh,
Yeah, absolutely. So wild. And many, many cities have this. And that's absolutely how it works.
yeah,
Um, hmm, interesting.
yeah. But the Chinese are pretty upset about them moving into Chinatown, Seattle, because that's theirs,
Yeah.
and we hear about local news stories a little bit about how there's shootings down there all the time now and turf war, you know, yeah,
Yes. Turf
turf war.
war. Mm,
Hmm.
that's what escorts. That I had a word in my head, Lady Smith. That's it. Escorts.
You ever seen the movie
Yeah,
Gangs of New York?
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah. Long time ago.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we kind of think about that in a way.
Hmm.
that was a good movie. That was
Mm-hmm.
a true story too.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt and the guy was the butcher.
Hmm.
You're welcome, Wayne. Yeah. Yeah, this is Lily J and the resources. They have housing and Catholic Charities pay for their rent and utilities. Yeah, there was one guy on Third and Pike that YouTuber interviewed. They were a couple, and he lived on the street for a long time. And that fellow made it very clear that there are lots of resources available, but that person has to want it to make it work, or else it's not going to work. But that fella
Yeah.
he was interviewing made it very very clear that he's been off the street for a while, and he lives in a tiny house now where he can lock his stuff up, because he said when he lived on the street he'd pass out from fentanyl and
Mm.
wake up, all his stuff's gone every day, every single day. They get robbed once they go unconscious.
Hey,
Yeah.
I mean, how much stuff could it have been? Like, dang it, they got my Safeway card again. I got to get another one.
yeah. You can't never be
Yeah.
truly comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one thing that holds them up, is that you get your ID stolen, and that's a holdup right there, because now you can't prove who you are to these agencies or whatever. That's
Yeah.
one of
You
the
don't even
things. but
exist right now.
but yeah, but they'll steal your shoes, your socks, right off your sleeping body and all that. Yeah.
That's gross, dude.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is
Oh,
gross.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Scavengers.
Uh-huh.
Mm, mm-mm.
Well, in
Mm,
fact, when they were walking down that alley with that advocate guy, they were stopping and looking at people who were unconscious, and the advocate said, all we're going to do is go up and see if they're still breathing, and if they're still breathing, step back and leave them alone.
mm,
But there was a lady right in the middle of the alleyway laying down on her side, and this fellow walks up and he's rubbing her body while she's sleeping, and then he tries spooning with her and groping her while she's sleeping, and she woke up and got
Mm.
out of there. But my wife and I looked at each other like, right there out. Oh my God, man!
mhm. Yeah.
he, he trying to knock off something. Holy cow,
It's
man!
crazy.
Isn't it though? Whole different culture than ours.
Mm. Opportunists.
Yes. Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, Lele, a lot of states. I agree. Washington, we got some issues. California, they got some
Yeah.
issues. Oregon, certain spots, certain cities all over the country. It's the
Yeah.
same freaking issues. Um, I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah,
That's kind of the question. How do we fix it?
well, the thing that makes it difficult is different sources online, and I know a young lady who had done some of that advocate work. Um, you can't force someone to do something that they don't want to do. You can't. You know, you cannot force them to go into rehab. You cannot force them to stop doing drugs. So there's a big pool of these people who were not really ready to go in yet. You know, so they're going to get stuck there. That's the hard part. Back in the
Yeah,
20s, in the 1920s, they'd pick you up and put you in a state home. No choice, you're going. But they can't do that anymore.
and that didn't really work either, though. Those
No.
people got abused
Yeah, and they
quite a
abuse each
bit.
other too. Yeah,
Yeah,
abuse each other too.
it
Yeah,
was
very much.
mayhem.
Hmm.
Hey, that was just 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's people alive that can still tell you stories about that happened to one of their family members, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
At its full capacity, well, I've probably mentioned this before, but at its heyday or capacity, there's a big mental institution in Milledgeville, Georgia. And at its heyday, it was one of the biggest in operation in the world, I believe. But now
Hmm.
it's just a huge empty campus. It's just eerie. You know,
Right.
these big, huge buildings
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah. Yeah.
You can
Um,
feel it, I bet, walking around there.
I've never actually explored it. I rode past it many times. I like to go down there again and I like to explore it. I know there's
Hmm.
different people I see here post local stuff. They do exploration teams or they go out as like a group, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I like to go check it out. But yeah, I imagine I forget it when it was built. Maybe the early 1800s, maybe.
Right.
I went through one of those places that it was built right around 1900 or something, somewhere in there, and they used to call them a poorhouse, and that's where the elderly and anyone who couldn't work anymore would go, and it would belong to the state of Washington, and that was. I was in high school with some friends, and we went through that building. Been through it twice. The first time I heard a disembodied scream in my life. And by God, I believed in ghosts from that moment forward, man. Holy Moses. No joke. It was scared the daylights out of us. We're all, three or four of us high school kids. And man, that was scary. Big, loud booming and banging inside of that place. And it was completely empty. There was nobody in there. And we were up on like the third floor of the building down on the end of the hallway. And we checked out every room because we had some knives or whatever, high school stuff, flashlights, and you know and I remember one time, one of the rooms, we went into every room, more than one of us looking around in there. And I just past one of the rooms, and something erupted in that room. I mean, there was stuff flying around, banging against the walls, wood and dust and everything. And I just was in there. There was no animals. There was nothing in there, but it pissed something off, and it went into a fury. And we're all looking at each other like, man, what the heck? There's nothing in there. And we got down to the end of the hallway, the third floor hallway, and that's where we were at the end of the hallway. We checked those rooms and we're on our way out. And that's when we heard that disembodied scream, man. Wow, that was something. Never forget that. That was freaky, dude. And it came from one of the rooms that we just checked. We went back there months later with another guy driving and stuff. And I didn't know him real well, but went in there and right in the same place where we came to an end where we heard that scream before. He was in the lead. He was driving and he stopped dead in his tracks and he goes, "Okay, we're out of here." And he turned around. And he's leaving right that fast. I don't know if he saw something. I don't know, but he's leaving and he's driving. So we all turned around and followed him. And several of us asked him, "So your first time there, what'd you think of it?" And he wouldn't comment. Man, I think he saw something. You know, so yeah. If you want to go and check out that old insane asylum, don't go alone because you might run into something like that. Something real paranormal, and real scary.
I believe it could happen, yeah.
Yep.
Especially places like that where you had a lot of traumatic energy or a lot of traumatic things happen, you
Yep.
know.
The
Yeah. People.
scariest restaurant I worked in is an inn here where I live, and it used to be a wellness center for women. Okay, so like the lady was all like, yeah, you know, women, I'll help you for whatever their issue was. It was a wellness center, and this was well over 100 years ago. Anyway, a couple of the women starved to death.
Oh,
And
I heard about that.
yeah, Bob, you probably could figure this out, but I used to
Yeah.
work there, and like, so they actually had photo albums in the lobby
It's
of
just going on.
well, okay, so this was the most haunted place I ever worked, and I was a bartender there, and the bar was right under the room that the main lore woman died in. And I used to, which was also right over the kitchen, because that was right behind the bar. So I went to the bathroom one time, which was in the hallway between the kitchen and the bar. And I opened the bathroom door, and there was a woman standing there in period clothing, like from 1904 type of clothing.
Yeah.
And I opened the door and I just kind of froze. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was someone in here. And then I shut the door. And then I stopped and I was like, wait, that that doesn't fit. That her outfit, her appearance, her demeanor, that was not someone here today, right?
Yeah.
And I was working in the kitchen several times. One time, some of the pans, when you work in a kitchen, they put some of the pans on a hook on the ceiling. Some of the pans flew off the hooks, okay? So
Oh God.
which requires upward movement first.
Uh-huh.
Then another time I was opening the kitchen and I was doing some of the morning dishes. There was no one else there. We were not open yet. And a voice said in the right behind my ear, and it went, "Go home."
Oh shit.
And I like froze
Oh,
up, and I turned around, there was no one there. And I just
oh
kind of
shit.
was like, Bonnie, I'm not sure if we're cutting out. Okay. Um, but yeah, there was no one there. Um, and I kept on with the shift, but because you knew that place was haunted anyway, you know what I mean? Like no one wanted to go in that room. You could feel it when you went upstairs. There were different things about that place that depending on where you were walking around, you could feel cold spots. People saw things in the gardens, like wonderful vortex. Wonderful.
Was was this the same place? Okay, I heard about it here in Washington State where
Mhm.
I think it was out on the peninsula.
No.
Uh, no, okay. Maybe I'm not remembering right, but it's where this lady, total scam artist, and she wound up going to prison for a long time because wellness through starvation.
Okay, Bob. Okay, you're right. All right, because
Well,
the 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 place I'm talking about is not on the peninsula, but the ferries go right between there. And
oh, okay.
okay,
Yeah.
so where that is on the peninsula of Port Townsend, um,
Okay. Yep. That's yeah.
absolutely yes, it was connected
Mhm.
to that. You're correct.
Oh my
And
God.
they might have had more than one facility, and the one that I worked at was on this side, but they're, that side on the peninsula. Oh yeah, yes,
That woman who ran that was a monster.
yep,
She
yep,
literally, I'll tell you guys a little bit about it. She got a lot of money from families to take these family members who were having like problems with their weight, social anxiety, some mental illness,
yep,
etc. And she, as soon as these women arrived, she'd lock and key them, and
yep,
she'd take all that big money from the families, put it in her pocket, and then starve these people so they couldn't run away.
yep,
Some of them starved to death and died right there in that facility. And since she was a quote doctor,
mhm,
I found out she was not a doctor.
yep.
She was a fake, and um, I I think it was some of those deaths got her put in prison for a long, long
And when did
time.
this happen?
About 120 years ago.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Um,
yeah.
yeah. And she, yeah, we're talking about the same network of hospitals, Bob, 100%.
Yeah.
And the
Mhm.
same lady, it was her ideology. And the place I worked, a few of them starved to death,
Yeah.
and they still haunted the place. Like,
Oh God, you had to go in there every day?
yeah, yeah,
No, no,
it
man,
was
that's bad.
awful. It was
That's
kind
bad.
of a cool property, though,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it had an energy to it. All right. There
Yeah.
were a bunch of outbuildings. There were cellars. There cellars, as in like underground cellars. There were
Uh-huh.
um, uh, different little inns all around. It was really a lot to absorb, especially because, like I said, they had those photo albums in the lobby of 100-plus-year-old pictures showing how it was built, who was there, showing the lady you and I are talking about,
Oh,
showing the I guess like propaganda for this wellness center. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Uh-huh.
And,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
showing pictures where it all looks lovely. Oh, it's wonderful here. It's
Hmm.
beautiful. They have the best, whatever.
Oh man. Oh, I feel sorry for you. I I've avoided some places like that I'm aware of because the bad juju. I don't want that stuff sticking on me, man.
Right.
Oh man, that's scary.
And it can. There was some entity that would play the piano. There was
Oh,
um, just really bizarre things. I never felt that I was in the presence of anything or a dangerous entity. It was more like those really unfortunate women who had starved to death, is who I felt.
How
yeah.
Because
big do you
I
think
felt
the
a lot of things.
facility is?
I'm
What's that?
sorry. I don't know what's going on with my internet.
No.
Now I'm back on the computer. I can't
I
believe
can
they
hear you.
kicked
You're
me
good.
off too. But y'all couldn't hear me a while ago, could you?
No,
No, if you said anything, no.
Anytime I came back, then
no,
weird.
ma'am. And
I
it
don't know
looked like your
what
mute was on, but you were definitely never there.
I had my head under the pillow. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Ghosts do not scare me. I
Hmm.
guess if they started throwing things at me or um,
Yeah.
pushing me around,
Yep.
then I might get a little pissed and
And they're ghosts, you can't really see where to throw the thing back, Kind of
exactly
sucks. They got that edge over you.
Yeah, they do.
right.
You gotta
But
throw some baby powder up in there. I don't know, make it rain on them.
I've seen so many. We have so many haunted places around me that it's just it's kind of we're all used to it.
There's a great channel that tells about that place that you worked and many other places around Puget Sound area. It's
Hmm.
called Pretty Gritty Tours.
Oh, yeah.
I might have already sent you a link to their channel, but there he's a historian and he's based in Tacoma, which it was the end of the railroad for a long time. And Tacoma is laced with underground tunnels and stuff like that. It puts the underground Seattle to shame. It really does. But if I could ever get the wife to take a damn day off, I'd like to go on that tour. Uh,
Yeah, I would too. I haven't done any of them around here, but I know they're there. There's a
I dated
wild
a girl
history.
from Washington. I think she said she was from Tacoma.
mhm.
I think that's where she said she was from. I can't remember.
Tacoma was a hub for transportation out because the Great Northern Railroad ended in Tacoma, and for a long time that was the end of the line. And it was based on fishing and logging, construction, etc. And eventually they started tunneling around railroad tunnels to go around Point Defiance and then go down the coast of the Puget Sound down to Olympia and all that. But Tacoma's got a long history. It's a very old city, or for the West Coast anyway. But
Yeah.
uh, Am I wrenched in this? Am I wrenched here, Bonnie, or not? I don't know. I can
Um,
I can
What
I
does
can
that
put
mean? I don't know what that means.
a blue wrench. That means that I can post a link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
Thought it might have been some new exotic thing I didn't know about.
I think
No,
you
no.
are, Bob, but let me get on YouTube, and if you put something in the chat, I'll
Okay. Here's
make sure
a.
you are.
This is a really good channel. He makes videos about the area that I live in. Virginia lives up north from me, but you might find it interesting, Virginia, to listen to how the Northwest was settled and on and on and on. There's a great deal to learn from this guy's channel. Let me go ahead and copy and paste. Good channel. But yeah,
What's the capital of Washington again?
Olympia.
Olympia.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yep.
Man, y'all got a good name.
yeah. That was they settled on Olympia as the capital of Washington because it was a farther. Washington's got a peninsula, the Pacific Ocean, and then Puget Sound, and the rest of the state. And you could get the sailing ships way down Puget Sound. Olympia was like the farthest south in Puget Sound you could go. So that's how it all got started right down there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Who's
Moose Man
that?
got it.
Oh, Moose Man got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
But
much.
Like,
you're
yeah, I like looking up stuff like that or state capitals, and some of them changed over time. The places and locations they are now wasn't always there. They moved
Hmm.
around during different times.
Mm-hmm.
One of
Yeah.
the first state capital of Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, was Savannah, and of course it branched out to there. It wasn't always Atlanta. At one time, it was Louisville, Georgia. Louisville, Georgia was the state capital of Georgia, and eventually branched off and became Atlanta.
Well, be darned.
Really makes you wonder. All the
But
undergrounds. They're
oh,
older than the
But the
states.
old names of these cities, the
oh.
places that the names we know them now, they had names before.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah.
Oh, but
in
yeah, Virginia, grab that link, do
I did.
and
Yeah.
check it out because I'll be done here in just a second. There's a tunnel, a railroad tunnel that they were boring a tunnel underneath Pacific Avenue, Tacoma. I don't know if you've been there or not, but
Yes.
it,
Yep.
it was a railroad tunnel somewhere. It was going to go across one of the gulches and tunnel down and go run underneath Pacific Avenue in downtown Tacoma, and they had to stop because they ran into an aquifer and they could not pump the water out of there, so they just walled it off.
Hmm.
And there's some folks. Well, the guy who gives you the tours on that channel says, I cannot reveal my sources, but there is still a way of getting inside of there, and I have one picture to show you. And it's a railroad tunnel that's all flooded and dilapidated, but it's still
Hmm.
there, but they
Right.
couldn't complete it. They couldn't complete it. There's too much water. Yeah.
I heard a story about similar to that. I don't know if it was at that place or where it was at, but it was somewhere in the States. Yeah. I imagine that happened in different places. Yeah, you got to a certain point and boom, you realized you couldn't go any further.
Correct. Yeah. I like watching urban explorers, some of their channels because these
Like
guys are,
abandoned stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, me
uh-huh.
too. I
I
never do it
understand.
myself, but I like watching it.
I understand even under, what was it, Cincinnati, Ohio, they had a subway built like 1900, an active subway. And then that company went bankrupt and they just walled it off. And once in a
Yeah.
while, you'll see a urban explorer will go down into that abandoned, like there's all kinds of stuff out there, man.
Yeah. I like seeing stuff like that. Nothing else that makes you question, start digging a little deeper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chessboard, I thought it was Anchorage, but I'm clueless. I told you I'm really bad with capitals. I don't know what the capital of Alaska is.
Is it Juneau or Fairbanks or
Maybe Fairbanks.
Everybody knows the capital of Alaska is Harp.
Harp?
Luke's been here, so I had to wake him up a little. He just got a tingle in the spot.
Oh, you smart Alec. You're fired. You're
It is
fired,
Juneau.
Virginia.
It's Juneau.
So it is. How do you say that?
Juneau.
Juneau?
Juneau, Alaska. Kind of like the
Okay.
planet Juno, or the
Or is
god.
it
Greek god.
Ketchikan is one, Juneau, and there. I don't know. Is Anchorage the state capital of Alaska now, or I
No, I was
don't
hoping Juneau.
Juneau.
I don't think so. I think it's Juneau.
Mhm.
Once Moose Man calms down, he'll let us know. Look at him
Uh,
there, he's crying.
Oh man, there she goes, stirring the pot. There she goes.
Oh man, he's my man. It's all good.
I
Yeah,
only
Juneau.
know North Pole, Alaska. So,
Mm,
but I
sounds
mean,
cold.
I've heard of Anchorage and what was the other one you said? Fairbanks.
Mhm.
Only
Anchorage
because
is like the main hub, like for airports, and
yes,
you go into Anchorage and then you head wherever you're headed. But
Yeah.
it's not Anchorage.
isn't Anchorage where the military? Well, one of them.
Oh, they're everywhere. They are
Mhm.
shoot. They're crawling
Du-
all over Alaska, the Aleutian Islands.
yeah. Dutch Harbor. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I know there's one by North Pole.
Yeah. There were old Air Force bases out there on the Aleutian Islands, and the Air Force bases were there to support the radar stations that were out there. I think they're still there,
Oh yes.
but that's where
Allegedly.
the Space Force goes now. That's
Allegedly.
Mm.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yep.
Allegedly.
Yes.
I got kind of a funny story to tell. I When I was in the Air Force, an old tech sergeant, he was a Vietnam vet and all. He'd been all over the world, and he was a career advisor, kind of a cushy job when they give to an older sergeant, and he told me stories about when his job was vehicle maintenance of all different types of vehicles, and he got stationed way out there on the Aleutian Islands at a radar site, and he said, I guess they had a C-130 coming in to resupply, and they had to clear a moose off the runway,
Mm,
and
Mm-hmm.
this big bull moose wasn't having it. No, I'm not moving. So they sent some. The Air Force has Dodge blue pickup trucks on the flight line, and they had the 6-pack trucks, the 4-door trucks, and all that. So he's in vehicle maintenance. So him and another truck or two were told to go out and get that moose off the runway, and he wasn't moving. He ain't having it. So he got pissed off, and he attacked one of those Air Force trucks, ripped one of the doors off the truck, poked holes all over that damn truck, and how big a moose is,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, and he said the biggest bummer of it was he was in transportation repairs, so he had to fix all that damn damage that the moose did, and
Damn.
then they had to have the C-130 pancake until they could clear the runway, and when he got ready to move, then he moved off the runway. He wasn't going.
mm.
Right, Pat? They don't move if they don't want to. It's a
Mm-mm.
formidable animal.
Oh yeah, he had 100 stories about being stationed out there. I guess it was an 18-month tour out there because it's unaccompanied. You can't bring your family. A short tour was like 6 month, and an 18-month tour was a long tour. And so he was up there for a year and a half with Nothing but a bunch of GIs, you know.
Hmm.
I can't remember the name of the base or where he was at. I'd have to ask my mom, she would remember, but my grandparents on my mom's side, my granddad got ready to the tail end of his career in the military, and he got transferred from somewhere in Alaska to Fort Gordon here in Augusta. And shoot, he said he'd already done made it up his mind. It's probably where he was going to retire at. So shit, he bought I forget what car it was, but he bought a brand new car up there, and they drove all the way from somewhere in Alaska all the way to Augusta, Georgia.
Oh Lord,
Midland.
wow,
That was in
wow.
65, 1965 is when they got here.
I bet that was a glorious drive.
I bet it
Off
was.
that.
Hmm.
The Alcan Highway. Yep.
Hmm.
Have you ever been on that highway, Virginia?
I don't think so, but I have been to Alaska, but I haven't gone that way from
Okay,
Alaska Canada Highway is what you're saying. I flew
okay.
in and then went carried on after that, but
Yeah, I get it.
Good night, Kim. Thank you.
mhm. Oh, at least a week, Lady Smith. Depending on where you live,
Oh,
Alaska is freaking huge. Shit.
all the
A
way
bit.
from Alaska all the way across Canada and across the United States.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hmm. Beautiful, no doubt.
I forget. He told me this. He told me the story. My grandma even told me the story about how long it took him. I forget. It was a good little while.
Hmm.
Of course, they stopped and saw things along the way.
Hmm. Yep. Moose Man sure did.
Ellison. That's her.
7 times. All right. Mhm.
Hmm. Yeah,
Ellison's
7-time world champion.
Ellison's the one that's by North Pole. Ellison Air Force Base.
Yeah, there's Almendorf Air Force Base up there, and yeah, the Air Force had bases all over the place, all over the world at one time.
Mm-hmm.
England was full of Air Force bases, but most of those are closed now because we've shifted our forces from Europe into the Pacific now.
Hmm.
One of our
But
boys from here,
yeah,
he was stationed there at that Air Force Base. Excuse me.
I feel we've got new Air Force bases all over the Philippines now, and out into Indonesia and different places, Brunei and wherever else. But I feel so sorry for those guys getting stationed there in the Philippines because they're all confined to base now. They can't go into town anymore. You
Right.
know, yeah, being stationed in a place at tropical weather with the most beautiful women in the world, and you can't go off base. Oh my God.
Hmm.
Oh my God, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah. What happens in the barracks stays in the barracks.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, it was like that
Good.
even when I was in the Air Force. Yeah, what happens in
Uh,
the barracks stays in the barracks. Yep.
yep.
Oh yeah, the whole first floor of the barracks I lived in was all women, all females.
Hmm.
Some of the ladies were very friendly.
Right.
Yeah.
They made great pork chops. Yeah.
Yes, they did. Yes, they
Yeah.
did. Yes,
Hmm.
Amazing
they
pork
did.
chops.
Yes, ma'am, they did. Yeah.
Hmm.
Did you
Hmm.
say you had lived in a barracks that was all ladies?
The first floor, it was a 3-story barracks.
Oh,
First floor was all women. Yeah,
Okay.
couple hundred women, all single.
I think that's the way that one is too, from what he described.
There was 2 barracks over from there was all 3 floors was women. You know,
Yeah.
Another barracks over there, the whole first floor of that barracks, the 428th, was all women. You know,
Hmm.
so it didn't make it too bad. Things were pretty good. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Good ratio.
yeah, it was. Yeah.
What a coinkydink.
Oh, cool, nice man.
Yeah. Yeah. How thoughtful of them. Hmm.
Yeah. Well, I remember being all starry eyed. I'm going to get to go work on fighter planes and all that and go through all the training and to get stationed at your permanent base. And, you walk right, right into all that stuff. And, oh man, it was a learning experience. I had to grow up fast. I tell you that.
I don't believe you, chessboard. You knew.
Ooh.
It is kind of like being in a different world when you're out Navy bases around
Yeah.
the Pacific. There's a different
Yeah.
vibe to I don't know, I get even being like American. Like it's really something else when you're stationed in like housing and it's all concrete houses because of typhoons. You're really tightly packed together. Your school comrades are this and that, but you're in this environment where there are typhoon. There's a constant typhoon watch. It goes from 1 to 4, 1 to 5, I think. Whether or not it's imminent, you're going to get hit, which we did, or different. You'd have Navy ships pull up. We had a whole bunch of them pull up on Guam, full of refugee children from the Philippines. And this would have been in the early '90s. And a
Uh-huh.
lot of the military families adopted these kids. They would sign up for a certain amount of time and take care uh, of them while military actions finished like over there.
Yeah.
And it's a different culture of, I guess, inclusion in a way, but also you're all in it together, especially when you're out in the middle of the damn ocean. You ain't getting off that tiny, tiny pinprick of a rock, and you're
Yeah.
you're in a uh, travel way that brings that responsibility. Um, Pretty wild.
I think that was probably partially a result of Mount Pinatubo blowing up because there were a lot of orphans after
Hmm.
that volcano exploded. It happened so they really underestimated that mountain, but when it popped, man, it just buried everything in sight.
What year was that?
Uh 1989, I think.
Okay.
Mm.
We could
Yeah.
be in the same, we could be in the right spot because I was 11 or 12 when
Uh-huh.
all the boats of kids came over. And
Damn,
there
I
were
was one.
guys.
Well,
Yeah,
that was part of it. Plus, there was the whole Marcos dictatorship, and
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Imelda Marcos and her shoes was the
oh
big joke.
boy, what a
Purple and
piece!
black. Hmm.
Yeah, what a wonderful person she was.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah,
The
but
Marcos regime was fucked up.
oh, he
And it
was
was going down, starting to right about that.
And the
So
regime.
it was,
I
dude.
like that word.
he was he was a complete dictator,
Hmm.
a soulless beast, and he turned the army on the population many times.
Comrade.
And
They use all
yeah,
these terms again now, the regime,
hmm
Yes.
the czar, the truth czar.
Oh man, the minister of
And,
truth, the ministry of truth. Hmm.
yeah,
the
but
ministry of truth. How dare you question the ministry of truth?
Facts.
yeah,
Absolutely.
when Marcos got in, that gave the excuse for the communists to start killing the population and assassinations and all that. That's where when my wife was growing up, and they still have a lot of respect for the Catholic Church because of one thing is Marcos would unleash the army on the population if they were demonstrating for food or whatever. And the only thing that stopped it was the church, because the priests and the nuns would go out and walk with their hands up between the crowd behind them and the Philippine army, who were going to open up on them with machine guns. And some of the nuns stood their ground and got mowed down, but it didn't deter them. The Catholic Church went right in there and put a stop to the bloodshed. That's why they're, yeah,
They did freaking try, dude. It
they
was
did.
nasty.
Hmm.
It was nasty. So I guess it could have been a combo of that volcano, but everything going on with that totalitarian issue.
Yeah.
Even the U.S. started to scale down. Like we were stationed to Subic.
Oh, okay.
I was almost 15, and I'm not gonna lie because I knew what was going on there, and I'd already been on Guam for almost 4 years. I knew what was going on in the Philippines, and then we get stationed to Subic at right about 92, 93, 92.
Oh boy.
Right?
Yeah.
I cried and cried and cried. I was like, no fucking way, because the guerrilla warfare going on at that time, it was so dangerous. You could not an American could not step outside of the base parameter.
Correct. You'd be
And
killed. Mm-hmm.
I was terrified. And then they shut and or greatly reduced Subic, and my dad's orders got canceled, and we didn't go, and I ended up in San Diego. It's like I was relieved at that point in time, but
yeah, I knew a Chamorro from Guam. I worked with him at Boeing, and he was in the Air Force, and he was stationed at Clark. And they told me a couple of events that were very scary for him, and he thanked God for the Filipinos because, well, he's Chamorro and American, 6 foot tall, good looking guy, and the girls were after him. And it was him and another GI or two with all their dates. They went out in the mountains on a picnic, and one of the Filipinos ran to them because they're out in the bush. Ran a guy they didn't even know, but was yelling at the girls, "Hide, hide, hide!" And they scattered and they dove into the weeds and they hid because the guerrillas had seen the GIs up in that area and they were going to walk in there and kill them and the girls they were with and just mow them down. But fortunately, another Filipino guy who warned them and saved all their lives that day. And he told me about one other instance was he was in town with a couple of girls and he saw the population scatter. They just disappeared. And he looked down at the end of the street, and here come the armed rebels walking down the main street looking for GIs. And the girls grabbed him and they threw him into a business, and they physically hit him inside the business, saved his life.
Dude, that's freaking wild.
Yeah. I think some of that is a reason why our GIs over there right now are restricted to base.
Could be.
Well, also to be clear, because I'm not trying to stolen valor or anything. My dad was not in the military. He worked for the military, so he was not in any of the armed forces. But we got stationed around. He was supplementary. We got stationed around at the same places at the same time. So I don't want to make it sound like something it's not. He didn't go to any of these places. This was just the environments I was in as we moved around with what he was doing in his job, Still.
Did you guys live on base housing?
We did in Guam because when you're stationed out there, even if you're civilian DOD, when
Uh-huh.
you're stationed out there, they put you on base housing to
Okay.
because of that. And but like San Diego, he had to get his own house out in town or whatever. But if you're stationed far enough out under certain places, jobs, whatever, then yes, they do put you in base housing. So my neighbors were
Yeah.
colonels and captains, and all of my friends' dads were going on 6 to 9 month deployments and all of that. But my family was not an enlisted family. He was a civilian
Right.
working in these environments, and that's why I was exposed to it, which was a little different than having a parent
Yeah.
actually out in the war zones.
Yeah.
So I'm just sharing, just to be very clear, he
Yeah.
was not enlisted, but I saw what I saw.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Saw
you
what
guys got to live in the upper class areas because the enlisted base housing is not very nice. It's not nice.
shit on Guam. It all looks like old Taco Bells. It's all like
Yeah.
cement buildings because the typhoons are so bad.
Uh-huh.
Pretty much everyone was in a similar structure, like a rectangular concrete brick is what you lived in,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and they had standard issue boards that you clipped into your windows. And once it got to a certain typhoon warning, everybody boarded up their windows, battened down the hatches. It is what it is. We lost power for days. There was a protocol, right?
Yeah.
But they weren't pretty. There wasn't much beautiful architecture in those housing areas.
Yeah.
Good.
I remember the enlisted area on Nellis. It was same thing, cinder block concrete buildings, and but some of the GIs who came from the real poor parts of the United States, it was heaven to them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Some it could be a step up.
It
Yep.
was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some of the guys I was stationed with were raised in the mountains of Tennessee and Kentucky, and dirt floor house,
Yep.
all that. And so military housing was like paradise, man. This is great. Running water,
Yep.
full-time electricity. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those were the guys who usually stayed in for 20 something years, but
Mhm. Shit. The people on Guam, the native Chamorros, are very, very poor. And there are a lot of Filipinos there as well. But the Chamorros,
Tomorrow's.
yes. So the people
yeah,
who are native to Guam, that's called Chamorro.
Chamorros. Yeah.
Chamorro. Chamorros.
So they're not called gummies.
No, they're not called gummies or guamis or half a
No.
days.
No.
Half a day is
That's
hello,
interesting.
like good morning. But anyway, what I'm saying is okay, so you had base housing. It was basically paradise, even though it was rectangular cement structures. Now, there were some people in town, some of the doctors, some car salesmen, that they could afford a house in a really pretty nice neighborhood. Now, my bus ride to school, okay? So I shit you not, we would get on this bus from base housing and we had to go to town to go to school. And we would go through thick ass jungle and there was no road. And the drivers, these tiny little Chamorro dudes, they didn't give a fuck. Like they would ride through this jungle, just boom, boom.
That's true.
And everybody knew once you started hitting that palm tree line, you pull up the windows because it'll smack you in the face. You
Yeah.
can leave it open if you want, but they're going to smack you in the face when you're going through this environment. And my point is this, though. The poor, okay, my teachers, my Chamorro teachers, we passed by several of them on that bus ride, and they would be outside in their front lawns naked, showering with a water pump because that's all they had, because their
Yeah.
home was made of mud, and like they would use steel siding, or what am I trying to say, Bob? Like they would put up this
GI
metal
sheet,
siding,
corrugated steel. Yeah.
corrugated steel, right?
Yeah.
That they would
Yeah.
put above there, and the mud would go up about 4 feet. But it was still kind of airy and open, and these were very rudimentary structures. And these
Yeah.
were my teachers, and she'd have her dress hanging on the side of the clothesline, standing outside, pumping the water to wash the half moon, and then you see her in 2 hours in English class, fucking smelling like roses. You
Yeah.
know,
That's how kind of conditions my wife grew up in.
that's just what it is. That's
Yeah.
what they
Yeah.
have, and you
Yep.
you don't blink an eye. It's just whatever. You know,
Yeah. They're tough people. They are.
they're very tough. Yes.
Yeah. Wife told me about when they had moved 13 times to finally get down to Davao City where they settled, and uh, it was an old Spanish coffee plantation that had been sold off and parceled and all that, and they lived underneath a sheet of plastic for a long time. That was
Yep.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Bring a
That,
couple rocks together, build a fire, cook your rice and whatever on an open fire, and
yep.
that was it.
And that's not all of them. Guam is very developed. That's not all
Yeah.
of them, but
Yeah.
it's not unusual
Mhm.
to see these types of homes.
Right.
And there's still people that theoretically teacher makes a decent living, right? But not so much. It depends. You know?
Yeah. I've been all over the Philippines, and I've seen some. Boy, yeah. That's why I took my son down there when he was 11 years old. I said, you need to see how lucky you are, and he got an eyeful. No, boy, did he get an eyeful. And
Right.
we took them all around, and yeah, I you know I I took my cousin there, and my son, that was my family, to go meet her family. And um, the first day there, we went to a mall to go get something to eat, and I had to go have a cigarette, so I went outside the mall, brought my son with me, and uh, there's an area for the jeepneys to pull up and park, and people empty out and go in the mall. And I said, just brace yourself, son. You're going to see stuff here that's going to really shock you. But I said, there was a nice looking young lady wearing a red shirt coming off of the jeepney. I said, that's transportation for the poor people, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And just keep your eyes on that young lady with the red shirt right there. You see her? You see her? He goes, yeah. What do you see? Well, she looks nice. I said, see how her hair is clean? Her shirt. You see any mustard stains on her shirt? How
Right.
about dirt? Do you see
Oil.
any dirt?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you see any dirt on her shoes? You don't see her hair greasy because she hasn't showered for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And say, oh no, see that girl right there. And I said, pay attention. Now later on, I'm going to show you where they live, and that's when his eyes really came open. I said, it was a coaching session for a few weeks with him and I to get bond together, and he saw how they lived, and they came out of their house every day looking like $1,000,000, clean, iron
Mm-hmm.
clothes, spotless, brushed hair, feminine and pretty. And then when we got back home, I said, pay attention, see how the Americans are. You go walk into a Safeway, and there's some woman with her house slippers on and hasn't washed her clothes in days, or some
Oh, Bob
slob.
just described me. Got my
Yeah.
house slippers, got my yoga pants.
Well, in the house, in the house, I wear sweats too. But when I go out of the house, I don't dress like that when I go out of the house. But I and he saw how they took a bath, a water pump, and in cold water, they pour a bucket over their head, shampoo, you
Yeah.
know,
Mm-hmm.
and I said, just think about it, Mark, because All we have to do is turn a nozzle and step into a shower and take you 10 minutes to take a hot shower and you're done. Clean clothes, drop it into a machine, it does it for you.
Hmm.
And he saw how they wash their clothes on and slapping it on the concrete and all that.
Yeah.
And man, he came back home with a whole new perspective, a whole new respect,
No doubt.
Yeah. I'm glad I was able to do that for him,
Yeah. That's cool.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down, y'all.
Oh,
Dogs needing outside, and I think it's been good. I thank y'all.
mhm.
I could stay backstage.
Oh, definitely. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us. Keep in
Good night and
contact.
stay blessed.
That's
Yes.
a fact.
God bless y'all and good night.